Hey guys, Sly here, and before we get into this video, I just want to let you guys know that this is actually a re-upload of a part of a series that I do on my Twitch channel called the Sly Army Tierlists, where we pretty much rank a bunch of just random topics that I'm personally interested in. And so, because of that, these opinions are not set in stone for how I feel about in the current day. And so if you guys want a more updated version of that, feel free to either check out the DeviantArt link down below or tune in on my Twitch that will also be in the description, or check out my Discord where I occasionally post some more updated versions of how I feel about certain topics. And so do keep that in mind. And also make sure to check out the description of the video itself for the timestamps for the particular topic that is presented here. But in any event, I hope you guys do at least enjoy. I recommend you guys listen to this as either like a podcast form or as just something to play in the background. But in any event, hope you guys at least enjoy. Hey guys, Sly here for yet another episode of the Sly Army Tier Lists. So, yeah, I know, this one's actually going to be a little bit different though this time. So, and no, we're not going to be going over... Actually, I'm going to wear my cap, I don't know why. But yeah, no, like today, we're actually not going to be redoing a tier list, nor are we doing a tier list that, you know, here, okay. Nor are we going to be doing tier lists that, sorry, I lost my train of thought. Okay, but yeah, no, we're not going to be doing it, like redoing any of the tier lists that we have, nor are we going to be doing like, you know, having like new people redo tier lists. But instead, I actually decided for this time around that I actually go on Tier Maker to see exactly what other tier lists have been made by people, and then let's use those to rank them for ourselves. So, yeah, this is gonna be ugly. But yeah, no, this is something that I've kind of been thinking about because, like, typically whenever I do a tier list stream or episode, I typically try to make sure that I make the tier list myself because I want to make sure that I have everything in the in the actual list that either I want or that, you know, is very topical for said list. However, not a lot of content creators do that, if I'm just going to be frank. Typically, when a content creator does, you know, a tier list for themselves, they typically take one from someone else. Like I'd say like 3 times out of 4, it's typically someone using a list that was already pre-made. So that's going to be what we're doing. We're going to be doing, like, typically what we do is the inverse, but now we're going to conform to that. So I know I'm a sellout. I know I'm a terrible person.
You're a bad man. You're a very bad man.
Yeah, I know. Oh yeah, it's doing the double. Oh shit. Okay, whatever. It's fine. It's fine. I'll figure that out later. Right now, let's just do this. And as you can see, I actually did say gaming. So for this one is going to be experimental. So I'm actually going to seek out a bunch of gaming tier lists that I think would be interesting enough for us to check out. But yeah, again, that's basically it. If I'm gonna be honest, at least in terms of what's gonna be going on here. So, but of course, before we get into this, thank you, hey Handman 9000 and KGD, welcome back to the stream. Definitely do appreciate that. But yeah, we're gonna be. Granted, I don't know how long this is gonna take. If this all I'm gonna say for this is that, like, prepare this to probably be the longest tier list that I've ever, or the longest tier list stream I've ever done. Yes, I know the longest that we've done before was the tier list of games that I've played up until that point on Twitch or YouTube. But, you know, considering this, I don't know. So, but yeah, we're just gonna skim some out, you know, like, just what are some good tier lists that we can do? I mean, yeah, we've already done FNAF characters, we've already done Call of Duty, we already done the maps. So let's see if we can find one that's like good. Or you know what? Actually, you know what? Let's do video game franchises. Admittedly, this was going to be a tier list I was thinking of doing in the future, but might as well go with this one now. Oh my god. Okay, yeah, this is going to be okay. This is a good list. So, all right. So, are there any stipulations? Only series with 2+ titles. Rank the top video game franchises. Do not own the logos. That's a given. And then what do we got here? We got Masterpiece, very good, good, mid, bad, horrible, trash, never played, but it's on my list of playing things and never play, and then I don't give a shit if I don't ever play this. So, alright, some tongue-in-cheek humor right there. So, oh, okay, yeah, these aren't even in alphabetical order. Oh, God. But that's fine. There's already some franchises in here that we've talked about before, and I'm frankly, like, kind of excited to talk about. So, oh boy, oh god. So now with something like this, I think I'm just gonna give some quick thoughts, and then I'll just move on to the next thing. So, because I have no idea how long this is gonna take, just this one alone. But
We're already doing it. And already, I'm just gonna be frank about this one right now. I already see, yes, Sly Cooper and Shantae, they are both going in the masterpiece automatically. I don't fucking care what anyone says. If you think there's a bad game in any of those two like series, you're wrong. Because okay, I'm joking a little bit, but like here's the thing. Like honestly, I would not say that there's a single bad game in either Sly Cooper or Shantae. I mean, of course, I'm biased because Sly Cooper is my favorite franchise of all time. I would be like, I don't want to repeat myself here, but generally speaking, those are like, I don't think there's a bad game. I know people give shit to Sly 4, but those people just hate a certain part of the game, and those guys are nah. So, and then, yeah, like even like the spin-offs that they were in were like at the lowest, like an average. You know, like I know a lot of people memed upon on PlayStation All Stars Battle Royale and that, but honestly, I wouldn't necessarily say that like even that was bad. That was just mid. So, but whatever. I don't want to repeat myself. You guys, if you want my opinions, just go watch my playthroughs of the first 3 Sly Cooper games. All the games are good, no doubt in my mind. And then Shantae. You know, granted, I will admit I did only play the first game and Half Genie Hero, and I played a little bit of Risky's Revenge, but not too much. But both of those games are really damn good. Highly underrated. I definitely recommend it. We're in at least those 2 games. And, I mean, you know, I've made comparisons to this, and, you know, my understanding of about as in terms of just the story and all that, but I don't want to repeat myself there. All I gotta say is, go play the Shantae games. Just full stop. Also, I see another franchise that I've talked about plenty of times before. Halo. We even did the tier list on this. And I will admit, if we're talking like Bungie era Halo, oh yeah, no, this is masterpiece. This is a masterpiece here. However, with the event of recent titles, I have to put it in the very good. Specifically because of Halo 5. And because of post-launch Halo Infinite. The fact that, like, they basically just abandoned the game afterwards and, like, had, like, a really terrible, like, monetized store is honestly an insult to any of the games from, like, the 360. Specifically Halo 3 and Reach. Halo 4... but whatever. That we can cross that bridge when we get to that. But overall, if it weren't for that, because of the tarnished legacy, I kind of have to put it lower. But let it be known, Halo Combat Evolved is still my favorite first-person shooter of all time. So no doubt about that. So yeah. Although, you know what is going to be in the masterpiece? Surprisingly enough, Doom. Again, not a single bad game, except for maybe Final Doom, but that's only because of just some bullshit level design. Because other than that, it's basically Doom 2, and Doom 2, and especially Doom 1 from 1993. Fantastic games. And like, if you are a first-person shooter enthusiast and you don't put Doom in Masterpiece, you don't know gaming. Like, it literally defined what first-person shooters would become in the next 30 years. Like you have to agree with the fact that, hey, like, Doom basically brought first-person shooters to the mainstream. So, like, I know obviously Wolfenstein existed before then, and there were even other first-person shooters, but, like, on principle alone, you have to put that in Masterpiece. So, there you go. Like, that's all I gotta say about that. Like, and hell, I'll even say this. I even liked Doom 3. I know, I'm a terrible person. I'm also, again, like, I know, Doom 3, not a lot of people like, but whatever. Doom 2016, though, good. Doom Eternal, also good. So, No bad games. And that, in my opinion, is what makes something a masterpiece. It doesn't necessarily mean that they don't have flaws, because even my favorite, even Shantae and Sly, they have flaws. And how, like I said, Doom even has flaws. But it's as close as you can get to, like, good franchises. So, and that's what I'm ranking here. All right, what else do we got here? Let's do something that's a bit more mid. Or like even bad. Oh. This is going to piss some people off, but I don't care. Overwatch. When this will piss some people off, but I don't care. And this is coming from someone who did play Overwatch on stream. When this game first came out, I hated the game. I hated how it just felt way too much like Team Fortress 2. And I just felt like Blizzard was really pushing, they really did push the loot boxes to be popular with certain crowds. However, I did play it, but eventually, like with the first Overwatch, Overwatch 1 or 2, they're the same game. Like, I'm just gonna like, Overwatch 1 and Overwatch 2 are the same game. But like, if we're talking about 1.0 Overwatch, like, yeah, I hated the game. Like, I didn't like the game. But then, after a while, I kind of grew on it. However, and that was around, like, 2018, 2019, and, like, even 2020 is whenever, like, I finally kind of got it. But then, by 2020, well, Blizzard was starting to really, hit the shitter. And not only that, but also, I just stopped playing because, like, around that time, that's whenever I was starting to, like, get a bit, like, about PvP games, because you guys have probably seen, I don't really play a lot of, like, PvP games anymore. Like, literally, like, that, like, Call of Duty stream I did, like, I think it was, like, a couple weeks ago. I literally did that. Like, that was the first time I played PvP on stream in, like, 6 months. Maybe more than that. So, yeah, like, Overwatch just kind of, I lost interest again. And then with the announcement of Overwatch 2 and all of the harassment stuff that's been going on with Blizzard, I lost all fucking interest with this franchise. And considering that Overwatch 2 is literally just Overwatch 1, like, I don't think anyone's arguing with anyone who says that. Like, Overwatch 2 was literally just Overwatch 1. They literally deleted Overwatch so that Overwatch 2 could exist. Like, you can't even fucking, like, play the original game anymore. So, I'm gonna have to put this in the bad tier. Like, I lost all interest. I had a complete U-turn arc when it comes to Overwatch. I hated it at first, then I liked it, and now I don't give a shit to the point, like, and even just don't like it anymore. That never happens, by the way, with me. Like, I never have a complete 360 just sort of, like, thing. You have the disc for the... I have the disc too! And guess what? Considering that they made Overwatch 2 free, I guess we all just got scammed. Like, guess it, like, press 1 in the chat if you spent, like, money on Overwatch 1. Goodbye to that $15 to $20 that you spent on that game, because you're never gonna get it back. Also, fuck Blizzard. I'm just gonna be frank about that. Like, just fuck Blizzard. But whatever. You get my point. Actually, you know what? Because of that, I'm gonna put this in horrible. Don't at me. So, okay. Actually, speaking of, first-person shooters in a game that I just recently talked about, I mean, this is a channel staple. I have to talk about this. Let's talk Call of Duty. So, yes, I know. I play a lot of Call of Duty. But even I have to admit, the game, like, this franchise does have its stinkers. Let's not forget that Call of Duty Ghosts exist and Advanced Warfare exists. And let me remind you, even, like, some of the pre-Call of Duty 4 games, specifically the third Call of Duty game, which is still one of the worst games that I've ever fucking played. And Vanguard, and Black Ops 4 at launch, and Black Ops 3 outside of zombies. However, there's a reason why, a lot of the late 2000s games are still highly regarded. Like, I would still consider World of War to be the best World War II shooter ever made. And Black Ops 1, like, I don't fucking care if you hate Call of Duty. I will die on this hill that Black Ops 1 is not only the best game in the series, but it's also one of the best first-person shooters ever made. Like, you can't deny that. You can't deny that. And then, obviously, with Black Ops 2, really damn good game right there. And hell, even Call of Duty 4, the game that basically put Call of Duty into, like, it basically skyrocketed its popularity. So, like, however, again, it's a balance act. And I will always also say this. I feel like if you took away, like, half the games in the franchise, people would respect Call of Duty way more than they do. Because, like, let's be real here. Like, if it was only, like, Call of Duty's 1, 2, the first Modern Warfare, World at War, Black Ops 1, Black Ops 2, Black Ops 3's Zombies, but with Infinite Warfare's campaign, World War 2, if it had, like, a better story and, like, better gameplay, and Modern Warfare 2019, like that, like, people would put this in the very good tier, but because of all the other games, I have to put it. It's a mid series. It's a mid franchise. It's a mid franchise. Like, I don't think anyone would disagree. At least, I think that's probably the best spot to put it when you consider the amount of shit that you have to go through. Like, let's be real here. It's not even close to being one of the best franchises of all time. So, it has its high points, but the low points are very fucking low. Like, this might sound funny, but I honestly like to compare Call of Duty to Nickelback. Like, people dog shit on Nickelback all the time, but they did have their high points, specifically in the late 90s. And so I don't think that they're, like, the worst thing in the world. I think they're just mid. And I think that's the perfect analogy with Call of Duty. It's a mid franchise. You may love it, you may hate it, but also the fact that this is the 4th best-selling franchise of all time, like, I know that's not, like, the best metric for anything, but I mean, you can't deny that. So, but yeah, no, like, that is what it is. All right, let's move on, because, yeah, this is going to be a bit much. Let's go with a franchise. Let's go with franchises that I've actually played on stream. So, Ratchet and Clank. So, this one's a bit weird because I've only played about, like, half the games. Because I played the first 3 games on PS2, Tools of Destruction, and then the 2016 game, and then I played some of the I played the portable spin-off games. So, and then, did I play Into the Nexus? Yeah, I played a little bit of Into the Nexus as well. I will say, the best part of this franchise was definitely the PlayStation 2 era. Up Your Arsenal is in my top 10 favorite games of all time, and, like, you better be damn sure that, like, I put that in the Hall of Fame of games. Like, if there's, like, a, video game Hall of Fame, I would put that game, like, instantly on there. It's an instant classic. And even the first game, really damn good. However, let's not deny about this. Ratchet & Clank 2016 is an inferior product and an inferior story compared to the original game. Like, it just is. Also, I only played a little bit of Into the Nexus, but from what I heard, that game was way below par compared to even Crack in Time. I did not play Crack in Time, unfortunately, so I can't really say anything about that. Also, the PSP game, specifically Size Matters, that game is awful. Don't play it. Terrible. So, I might be a little bit biased here, but I am going to put this at... Because, again, like, there's definitely more good than bad here, but does the bad outweigh the good? This might be showing my bias, but I don't think it does. I think Ratchet and Clank is a very good franchise. You just need to make sure that you play the PlayStation 2 games or the future games. Rift Apart, I haven't played. I own it. Might be a playthrough later down the line. Hint, hint, wink, wink, nudge, nudge. But yeah, no. Very good. Just, it is a flawed franchise, though. But it is what it is. Alright, you know what? Actually, considering that we already talked about Call of Duty, might as well talk about Battlefield. I will fully say this. Battlefield is definitely better than Call of Duty, at least in terms of their multiplayers. Like, if you were to ask me, you know, multiplayer-wise, I'd pick Battlefield like 4 times out of 5. Why? Because Battlefield, because of its massive scale, like its bigger scale, the amount of weapons that are in the game, and also just the... Okay, maybe not diverse locales, because I think Call of Duty has the edge on that. Like, it just offers way more. Or at least, it did offer more if we're talking about Battlefield 4 back. Because let's not remember... I am so sorry. I'm about to say something. I'm about to slander Battlefield's hardline and 1 a little bit. Oh, God. I am so sorry. But, like, okay, let's talk positives first. Battlefield's, like, all the Refractor Engine games are good. Battlefield 1942, Vietnam 2, and 2142. A lot of 2s, I know. Those are really damn good. Bad Company 2 really pushed, you know, the idea of having, you know, destructible environments in PvP. You gotta give credit where credit is due with that. And Battlefield 3 and 4, solid entries into the franchise. However, Battlefield Hardline, I will say this. Battlefield Hardline multiplayer, specifically Heist, is really damn fun. Like, I love Heist mode in Hardline. Just sucks that nobody plays it anymore. But whenever you still were able to get into lobbies, that was the best mode in the entire franchise. However, let's also realize this. Battlefield 5 and 2042 lack content. There is no content in those games. And they both had pretty bad, especially 2042. The game that I hyped up for, and I feel like an idiot for doing. Granted, I did play it a little, like, I think it was like a month ago I played it off stream. And I did have fun in it, but the thing is that was already a year and a half after it launched. And my philosophy is, get your launches right on the first try. Don't fucking, you know, don't try to fix it after the fact, because your player base is just going to leave. And guess what? It paid the price. No one's playing 2042. That's why they had to add in bots. So, and honestly, this is the cold hard truth that Battlefield fans are not going to like. But Battlefield 1 also lacked that amount of content, and quite frankly, at launch, was a pretty shallow experience. It's not the worst game in the franchise, not even close. But I do think it is the most overrated game, simply just based off a principle in terms of its content, the map, like specifically the maps and the weapons, and honestly, just the maps kind of suck. Like, let's be real here. Like, Amiens is basically just Nuketown, but for Battlefield fans. Like, it's the tryhard map. It's the tryhard map. And although, to be fair, Operation Locker was also kind of like that, but whatever. I Amiens just felt way too yeah, like, and then like also Montegrappa and Empire's Edge, not Empire's Edge, Ballroom Blitz. Honestly, those two maps fucking suck. And those were base maps too. So, yeah, like, and hell, even Feo Fortress. Like, do you remember Feo Fortress? You probably do, but for the wrong reasons. So, yeah, like, and then also, okay, story mode. This is something that, like, I'm gonna have to bring up. Battlefield was never really had like a great single player experience, except for Battlefield 1. But even then, it was way too short. It should have been in the vein of what Call of Duty did back in the mid 2000s with its World War II shooters. It lacked focus, and it just didn't really have enough there. It should have been at least 8 hours, but no, it's only 4 hours long, which is insulting. So, it is a better franchise, but I am only going to have to put it a good. So, it is what it is. Again, the bad, unlike Ratchet and Clank, the bad does unfortunately weigh it down a little bit. I love Battlefield multiplayer, don't get me wrong, but you have to look at it in the brain. You have to look at every single aspect. You can't just look at one thing. So, but yeah, that is what it is. All right, what other franchises we got here? Okay, there's. Oh. Okay. This one's gonna piss off some people, but I don't fucking care. Left 4 Dead. God. Okay. Granted, I will say this. This is partially because I am personally sick of playing zombie games. And not only that, but also this was the PvE co-op game that I played all the time with my friends. It just so happened to be the game that everyone of my friends owned for some reason. But man, these games, okay, one especially gets way too fucking repetitive for my taste. And nothing wrong with repetition, but here's the problem. If the repetition of a game feels more like a chore and a slog, then it's not enjoyable. And that's unfortunately, at least for me, what Left 4 Dead 1 feels like. Now, Left 4 Dead 2 does feel a little bit better, but the thing is that, you know, we've only got, like, what? Okay, Left 4 Dead 1 is in Left 4 Dead 2, or at least all of the story modes in that one. But the thing is that it gets a bit too samey. At least for me. So, actually, you know what? I'm gonna change the names of these because I don't think it's fair to put this in the bad. I think below average. I think that's a better. I think that's a better metric right there. Like, do we all agree? Like, yeah, because that's kind of how I feel about Left 4 Dead. Again, I'm gonna get roasted for this one, but I don't fucking care. I'm sick and tired of playing zombie games, first of all, and second of all, it just feels like you're playing the same thing over and over and over again. And because it's a linear experience and not like a horde shooter, there's only so much you can change. Like, unlike Call of Duty Zombies, where it is a horde shooter, it's not like a linear, progression. You can, there's a lot more replay value with that. Unlike, a story campaign, they can go from start to finish. And that's what most people play in Left 4 Dead. They don't play the PvP mode, or they don't play the horde mode in that game. That it's only basically just one mode, maybe occasionally two. So it is what it is. But yeah, that one's gonna get me hanged. But whatever. Okay. What else we got here? Oh! Let's go with horror games. Silent Hill. I've only played the first two, but holy shit, those are really damn good. Like, Silent Hill 1 and 2, and I heard Silent Hill 3 fucking amazing. Like, me playing through Silent Hill 2 really did open, like, my eyes on what a survival horror game should be and what it could be. And yeah, no, it's one of the best games ever made. Like, and I'm shocked that I never played it. Like, okay, not that surprising because unfortunately, like, I don't want to give my age specifically, that's personal, but like, you can probably tell I was born around a time where I was like super, like, really young when Silent Hill 1 and 2 came out. So, yeah, I wasn't able to play them whenever they came around. And yeah, I had to do a hook for Silent Hill 2, which is annoying, but you know, it is what it is. That being said, though, I did hear that after Silent Hill 4, it took a nosedive in terms of quality, specifically with Silent Hill's Homecoming and Downpour. Two of the, like, people say that those are huge offenses to the Silent Hill name. So, yeah, and then, granted, I did also hear that PT was really damn good. Yeah, the playable teaser, but that was only a teaser, and that game never got made. So, all that's left is, you know, some of the best horror games of all time, but also some of the worst horror games of all time. So, because of that, I am gonna put this in the no, but okay. From my experience, great. I have not played any of the later games, and I'm hoping Silent Hill F is good too. That's all I've got to say about that. But yeah, now that we brought up, you know, that, we might as well bring up the sort of inverse to Silent Hill. Five Nights at Freddy's. Okay. This one's also going to be a bit of a hard truth for a lot of people. And this is coming from someone who likes FNAF. There's not that many good games in the FNAF franchise. I'm just going to be frank about that. Don't believe me? Go watch like, all the streams I did with all the FNAF games. I would say that only the first two games are genuinely good. After that, it's mixed. Especially when you talk about the late Click Team games. Like, FNAF 4, Sister Location, and especially Pizza Sim. Like, dude, Pizza Sim, I think, is actually an offense to gaming. I don't know why people defend that game. I literally, like, after I played through that, and, like, I was talking with a bunch of people, like, there were a couple people who were like, oh, I like Pizza Sim. It's like, I didn't want to be mean, but it's like, dude, why? It's literally one of the worst games I've ever played in my life. It's so bad. It's so bad. Like, Jesus Christ. I don't know why people defend that game. Like, it doesn't matter if it's fucking free or not. You can play Five Nights at Candy's, and those games, the Five Nights at Candy games, are infinitely superior to that shit. Like, don't even fucking start with me on that one. And then, as for, you know, Help Wanted, I haven't played it. I heard that one was actually okay, if not really good. And then we get the controversial game, Security Breach. Now, I will actually say this. I did play a little bit of it whenever I did finally get my physical copy of the game. I did not play too much of it. However, from what I can tell, that game is not necessarily bad, but it had a bad launch. and it was misdirected. So, is it the worst game ever made? Fuck no, dude. Like, if you think that, you need to play more games, or you're just an idiot. I'm just gonna be frank. Like, trust me, there were much worse games from 2021. Like, I can fucking remind you about Balan Wonderland. You want me to remind you guys of that shit? I bet you fucking don't. So, don't even get me started with that shit. But, if we're going to be looking at them at, in terms of the value of the games themselves, this one's going to sting, but I have to be frank about this. It is below average. Like, and also, dude, how the fuck is Security Breach in the same genre as Silent Hill 2? I that still blows my mind. Like, how it's not a horror game. It's not. It's a stealth adventure game. That's what it is. So, like, it's but whatever. All jokes aside about certain characters from that game, Five Nights at Freddy's is, in terms of the games, it's below average. What the community was able to make out of it, though, that's what makes it great. So, actually, because of that, though, because of, like, fan-made content, I am going to raise this above into a mid. Because, like, fan-made content is way better than, like, vanilla FNAF. I'm just going to be frank about that. So, but, alright. It is what it is. Okay, what else are other franchises? Actually, you know what? Let's just get some of these, like, franchises that I just don't give a shit about out of the way. Fucking Madden, NBA 2K, W2K, EA NHL, NBA The Show. Yeah, no, I don't care, and nor do I want to care. So, you. Yeah, FIFA, you go there too. I don't know why you're separate from them. Fuck you guys. Alright, what else? Oh yeah, fucking Dragon Ball, Naruto, like, I don't care. Postal, okay. Let's talk about some games that I haven't played on stream, but I really don't want to, because I don't give a shit. We're going to talk about Postal. Yeah, no, trash. Anyone who has seen any gameplay from Postal knows exactly why it's going in trash. It's the type of humor that I particularly hate in games. Basically just... It's basically the same type of humor as, like, a bunch of adult animated shows. Like Family Guy, Simpsons, South Park, like, you name it. Which is why I've never done an adult animated shows tier list, by the way. Because 95% of that shit is garbage. I don't care. I don't care. Like, the only two shows, adult animated shows that I like, is Hell of a Boss and the Castlevania show. Give or take, Harvey Birdman, Attorney at Law. That one's underrated. But, like, other than those three, don't even fucking ask me to watch any of that shit. And that's the feeling I get with Postal. It's just offensive just for the sake of being offensive without even having a punchline to deserve it. So, garbage. Don't care. Don't even, like, think about it. Especially considering that I heard 3 and 4 were terrible games anyways. Like, not just humor-wise, but just gameplay-wise, too. So, no. No. I don't care. I am noticing that some people are saying XCOM is a good franchise. And you know what? That is actually a correct assessment. XCOM is actually a great franchise. Like, I'd say it's actually pretty good. Because, it defined the real-time tactics sub-genre of, like, turn-based strategy games. And it made it its own thing back in the 90s. And then with revitalization with XCOM Enemy Unknown and XCOM 2 especially, it's a great franchise. The only reason why it's not in Masterpiece is specifically because of... I can't remember the game. There was like a third-person shooter in the early 2000s that was not good that I played, and it's actually kind of terrible. That's the only game I don't recommend. Other than that, any of the strategy games, whether it be the original game, Terror from the Deep, Enforcer, that's what it was called. And also The Bureau, that game sucked too. I forgot about The Bureau. That game is even fucking worse. Wow, I actually forgot. Yeah, no, don't play any of the non-strategy games. XCOM Enforcer and The Bureau XCOM Declassified are terrible. Don't fucking play them. That's why it's not in Masterpiece. It's because of those two games. Oh yeah, no, Chimera Squad's underrated. Like, yeah, Chimera Squad was actually pretty cool. Because it was a SWAT-inspired turn-based tactics strategy game, which I think is really damn cool. And what XCOM... Like, it's a good spin-off. I just wish they would have made XCOM 3, though. But it's still a good addition. So, it's a great franchise. Highly recommend the game. Most of the games. So, yeah. Alright, let's continue talking about other games I've played. Okay, Portal. You know what? Portal is Valve's magnum opus, and not only is it a great franchise, but also a masterpiece. Typically, I don't like puzzle games. I hate puzzle games. They just make me feel like an idiot. Also, like, you know, a lot of them just are super basic as hell. But Portal really did change the game with how, it really did change the game, literally and metaphorically, with how puzzle games are perceived. Like, granted, it wasn't the first game to use portals. That was pre-2006, and that game is actually underrated too. But, like, Portal 1 and Portal 2, oh my god, I highly respect. Granted, I think I said before that I actually preferred the first Portal over the second one. I think I've actually changed my mind. I think I actually like Portal 2 way more than Portal 1. And it's easily Valve's best, series. It's their best series. Like, I'm gonna fight people on that one. Like, especially since, if I'm gonna be honest, I'm not the biggest fan of a lot of Valve's properties. I know. But we'll cross that bridge when we cross that bridge. But you get my point. Is like, those two games are so damn good. And if it's true that Portal 3 is going to be made, like I heard rumors that Portal 3 is going to be made, that's going to be amazing. So, hope to see what that entails in the future. But anyways, let's continue forth with... God, there's a lot of franchises in here. Oh my god. Okay, you know what? Let's talk about Uncharted. So, Uncharted is it's actually kind of funny because, like, my opinions on all the games have completely shifted over the years. I think, yeah, the first game has aged pretty bad. Like, I gave that game a 7 when it really should be like a 5. And then I gave Uncharted 3 a 5 out of 10. When in that game's a 7 out of 10. Even though it's fucking stupid story, though. Like, even though that game's story is fucking stupid. Like, I don't know why he doesn't drink the water. Just drink the fucking water. Like, I don't care. Like, Jesus Christ, dude. Like, you're gonna die of, like, hypothermia. Like, or not hyperthermia. Just fucking drink the damn water. But, whatever. And, like, the games are good. So, you know what? I'm gonna put it in the great tier. It's not perfect. Like I said, the first game is, like, pretty mid. And then the third game
does have really weird story bits, but 2 and 4, oh my god, those games are really damn good. So, and honestly, I don't think the Naughty Dog storytelling has gotten any better than the Uncharted series. I know there's some people who are fanboys of Last of Us, but we'll get to that when we get to that. But in terms of just, you know, basically just being, you know, a spiritual successor to the Tomb Raider series, yeah, no, it's pretty good in terms of that. And I respect it. What else is there? What else have we... Okay, I'm looking at franchises that we've played. Because, yeah, there's quite a bit. Oh, Battlefront. Okay, the first Star Wars franchise here. Okay, so, obviously, you guys know, Star Wars Battlefront 2, 2005, is my favorite shooter game of all time. And it's my third favorite game of all time. I think that in terms of just the amount of content that you get, and basically it being a Star Wars version of a Battlefield game, I think is genius. And, you know, the amount of planets and maps that you get, the amount of heroes that you can use, the amount of classes, oh my god, yeah, no, it's fucking, like, there's no other game that is better than that. And hell, even the campaign, well, it's not the best campaign ever. Like, it's, you just go throughout the maps and do just a series of different, like, missions. Just the whole idea of the 501st transitioning from, you know, being at the Battle of Geonosis all the way to like the Imperial era into the Battle of Hoth. Oh yeah, no, that was pretty interesting. And, you know, this is pre-Clone Wars, you know, we're talking. So, like, that's the best we got about the 501st. And yeah, no, it was pretty, like, interesting. And I'll even say this. Post-launch, Battlefront 2 2017 definitely got way better than it was at launch. Holy shit, man. Like, but that's the thing. New Battlefront 2 2017 launched terribly. And even though it's better now than it was at launch, it still doesn't hold a candle to the original Battlefront game. Like, it just doesn't. So... Oh, shit! Goldie! What's up? Also, thank you for following me. Welcome to Sly Army. What the hell? Oh, you're in the call, too. Oh, yeah, that's right. I put... yeah, I've been doing a Discord call thing. So... Oh my god, that's really funny. Oh god, alright. I mean... Oh my god. I'm sorry, that's just really funny. But anyways, okay, to finish up my point with Battlefront 2, the original Battlefront 1 from 2004, the 2005 Battlefront 2, and post-launch Battlefront 2 2017 are good, but Battlefront 2015 is horrible, and the launch of Battlefront 2 2017 was terrible too. So because of that, I have to put this in the above average. So, you're a fake friend. You're a fake. You know what? Actually, you know what? Since you're in the the Discord call, how about, like, I invite you into this? How about we pull a special guest in this? If you don't mind. Because at this point, anything goes. Because, like, we can be here all night until the fat lady sings. For all I care. Okay. I'm switching over to... Okay, yeah, I'm switching over to the other VC. Yeah, come join the private call. Alright. But yeah, while we kind of wait for... Oh. Alright.
I've been a fake friend.
You're a fake fan. You're a fake friend.
You're a bad man. You're a very
I might.
Fake friend.
Oh my god,
I
I can hear my echo.
Okay.
But yeah, ladies and gentlemen, welcome
Um,
back, Goldie.
Oh shit. Okay. Okay, I had to mute the Twitch because I was echoing.
That's perfectly fine. But yeah, no, I've been ranking the I've been doing a bunch of like, tier lists that were randomly on the tier maker, and I came across a game franchise tier list.
Game franchise.
So
God.
all I'm
Oh
gonna
my
say
God.
is
Oh,
Sly Cooper and Shantae, 10 out of 10.
Shantae,
Don't fucking
S
argue with
tier.
me. No. And Postal belongs in trash.
Yes. It has its place, but it's really
I
like
compared it to Family Guy in all the worst ways too.
it's not good, but it has I still like get a little enjoyment out of it, but it's like I guess like you could call it a guilty pleasure, but I don't really like it all that much. I just understand its place in the world. I
Ugh.
guess
Yeah,
I can't
it's
outright hate it because like it is what it's meant to
oh,
be.
I fucking
Like,
hate it. I hate that type of humor that it has.
you're like Overwatch and bad. Ooh.
Well, yeah, cuz
Is
like
it?
again, I mentioned this
Okay.
before to you, like privately. Like I had a U-turn phase with that with Overwatch, where I hated it at first, then I somewhat liked it, and then I lost all interest to the point where I just hate it again.
I was gonna ask like if that's even like consider if you could even count it as a franchise. I know technically yes because there's 2 games.
Well, the list
but
here says like games that have like franchise or series that have 2+ titles. Technically, it does, but again, it's the same. Overwatch 2 is the same game
the
as
same
Overwatch 1.
game. You don't even gotta like play it. I didn't even have to play it. I instantly saw that like oh it's the same game with like a slight graphical update,
So,
but you
but
still gotta buy it again.
yeah,
So fuck that. I already bought it. I'm not buying the same game like
yeah. No, I already mentioned like I lost $15 on that shit. I'm never getting that back.
yeah, I'll play a new game.
Yeah, it's awful. But anyways, like, I mean, since you're here, do you have anything else you want to add to at least what you're seeing here?
I mean, excuse me. I guess I'd put Left 4 Dead like higher, but I imagine like your thought process behind that was out of just more so like fatigue.
I'm just sick and tired of playing that game.
Yeah, like and like I am to an extent, even though I like just like reinstalled it, but I would still like try to like take away like just me being tired of it. Guess that like me personally, it's like more of a me thing, and I'd probably just put it up. I'd put it on like above average.
Well, I'm also factoring in the first game, and let's be real here, the first game just doesn't really have much in it.
I don't know. I disagree. I still think the first game, the both games are pretty fun.
Always gotta have a disagreement. Whatever, it's fine.
It wouldn't be fun if like we agreed all the time.
Valid.
It makes the stream fun.
Valid.
But yeah, that's about it. I don't. There's a lot of ground to cover, so I won't.
Yeah,
I
no.
won't keep it.
Yeah, it's fine.
Well,
I'm just kind of picking and choosing. Specifically franchises I've actually played on stream before, so...
Yeah, nothing like...
Although, I'm about to have a huge hot take. And this is gonna piss some people off, but I don't fucking care.
Oh.
The Eco trilogy.
Ooh.
So, like, Eco, Shadow of the Colossus, and The Last Guardian. I played Shadow of the Colossus back in 2020. And...
Oh no.
I am sorry, but I could not fucking stand the game. Like, I actually tried to like that shit. I tried to get myself engaged with that game, but I felt like it was way too much of a fucking slog for it, like, for it to play. Granted, I have not played the either games either, so like I don't think it's like the fairest thing to compare, but like if that's anything to go off of like, you know, what Eco or Last Guardian is, then I would not enjoy those fucking games at all. So cuz like I've seen gameplay of Eco and it also looks pretty bad. So like even like people like who like Shadow Colossus, they hate Eco. So this might piss some people off, but putting this in the below average.
What happened while you were gone, Drake? I happened.
Yeah,
That
Goldie,
I happened.
we have a new challenger.
I've been on stream before, but this time I officially have a Twitch now.
Yay.
Yeah, maybe I'll do something with it. I don't know. Anyway,
But yeah, no, like I'm sorry. But like this is what I like to call the definition of a niche game. Like
well,
if you are not into like open world games where it's, you know, the same mission over and over and over again, you're gonna fucking hate Shadow of the Colossus. Because it's the same task. Maybe in different ways, and like, you know, you have like different you have different mechanics to like deal with them. But like let's not kid ourselves. It's basically you killing killing giants 16 times over and over and over again. In a story that honestly is really not that interesting. So I've already said my 2 cents on Shadow Colossus before, but all I've got to say is in my opinion, it's in the top 5 most overrated games, at least that I've played. So you can fight me on that one, but I'm not going to change my mind. All right. Anyways, how about we go over what's another bad franchise?
bad friend.
Um, hold on.
Ooh. Fucking One Piece.
Okay, actually, you know what? Okay, yeah, all these like anime games, I'm just gonna put in like, you know, haven't played or I just don't care. Well, haven't played and I don't care to play. So, yeah, Dragon Ball, I don't.
Man,
Yeah, I don't really care about Dragon Ball. I don't
um,
care about One Piece.
Manhunt. Yeah, that's a franchise. There's like 2 Manhunt
Yeah, there's
games.
2 games.
I haven't played any of the Manhunt games,
Super
so
Monkey Ball,
I
I
have an
don't
opinion.
care.
Monkey Paw.
It's a dumb name.
What?
It's a Monkey Ball. Like
Monkey Ball.
Super Monkey Ball. What does that even mean?
Monkey Ball.
Oh, actually, you know what? I'm gonna talk about. Okay, this is another one that's gonna make a certain someone that I know upset, but I don't care. Binding of Isaac.
Oh. This is another hot take.
So you are talking to someone who does not like roguelikes. I don't understand the appeal. Cause, like, you know what roguelikes are, right? Where, you know, if you die, you go all the way to the beginning of the
All the way
entire
back.
game.
So something like something like Hotline Miami.
Yeah, that would be a
Yeah,
roguelike.
I don't. Yeah, that was, and I don't like that shit. Like I tried to get into Hotline Miami, and I really wanted to, but I couldn't because I just could not get past that aspect of the game.
Oh, hey, Drage, welcome to the. Don't rate it low.
Don't rate it. Well,
Stamp.
damn.
I'm sorry, I hate roguelikes. Like, because if I want to play a game, I don't want to like have to repeat the same thing over and over and over again. Because it just feels like I'm wasting my time. And I played this shit too, like, because my friend, they went by Big Joseph for a long time. Now they go by Icarus. They, or Izzy, they now go by Sky, whatever. Like, they talk about this game. It's like, I don't want to be mean, but like, I hate the art style because it has that weird, just sort of like, purposely gross out like art style. And again, it's another game that's a roguelike that just is way too punishing than it should be. So yeah, no. Also, I didn't even realize it was a franchise. I thought there was only one game, but no, apparently there's 3.
Oh, 3, okay.
So,
only 2.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I can't. I can't. So, Enter the Gungeon is good. Okay, I will say this. The only roguelike that I played that I actually think is cool is Hades. So,
Or good things about that.
yeah, no, Hades was fun. But yeah, that's about it though. I'm sorry. I can't fucking stand it. Alright, what else is on here? Okay, what about like franchises I haven't played, but I'm interested in? There's actually quite a few that I have played. Okay, actually, you know what? Yakuza. I haven't played it, but it looks cool.
Yeah.
So, yeah, like, sort of quasi open world, like almost RPG-ish thing going on there. Looks interesting. Definitely want to play it at some point. What else? Whatever. Okay, let's just go with franchises that I'm more familiar with. Okay. You know what? Let's talk about the franchise you're probably the most familiar with.
Oh.
The Sims.
Oh, Sims. Are you asking for my console? I played every Sims game, or at least the main line. So I guess I could give like a.
I mean, I will say this. I've also played every single Sim, all the mainline Sims games. I haven't played it like I played Sims 1, I played Sims 2, Sims 3, and then Sims 4. Sims 2 and 3 are
Sims 2 and 3 are great.
really good.
I can't really say which one I like better. It really depends what I'm in the mood for.
Mm-hmm.
Because Sims 3 one has open worlds. It has really great customization with its creative style. It's got the building is it can be a little hard to control sometimes, like a little slow, but it's still pretty good. It's definitely better than Sims 2. But Sims 2 has really great like gameplay. Like it's really good with the whole life simulation aspect.
Yes. And that's where it excels at.
Yeah, that's where it excels.
However,
and Sims 3 as well, but
yeah, but that one's more just sort of, I guess, just interaction and house building. That's where like Sims 3 is at its strength.
Yeah, interaction, house building, and like world, like with its open worlds. I think that was a really great step in the right direction for like the game to go, have it be like an open world.
Mm-hmm. However, let's factor in The Sims 4. So,
okay, I mean, Sims 4 is not a terrible game, but it's killed mainly by being extremely monetized because it's EA.
Yeah.
And as such, with the base game, just the base game, which is now free to play, by the way.
It's $5 I'm never getting back.
Yeah, that's a lot of money. Yeah, $5? I'm not. That's like $30 I'm not getting back. That's $30.
Damn.
I got it at launch. I got it on launch. Well, not on launch, but like a couple days after the initial launch. Like the weekend it came out.
But yeah, no, let's I'm gonna look how much money it costs on Steam to get $1,000. $1,000
Yeah,
and 44
it's like
cents to get everything in the game.
Yeah, for all the downloadable content.
As
all the
of
extras,
now.
As of right now.
Because
You
they're
will be
still
put
updating
into-
this shit.
It's about the price of a fucking used car. Like,
Yeah, it's
yeah,
fucking
it's
ridiculous.
ridiculous. And the base game itself is extremely limited. It's really sad because it has like the structure of a good game. It plays really well.
Yeah,
It
that's the
looks
thing.
really
Is
well.
that customization, like character customization, the graphics, and building is the best in the series.
Yeah, it
Like-
is extremely tight. It's very fast and like quick and easy to play when it comes to sim customization. You can literally just mold them like clay, like with any kind of body type and like skin color, and there's not a creative style which does hinder it, but at least it makes up for it with plenty of options when it comes to like different color and like pattern combinations with clothes and hair and such. Hell, they've even gone like as far as to be able to customize
But-
the Sims
hold on.
gender, like
Sorry,
and
it's...
such like.
But here's the biggest problem with The Sims 4. They made it into a platform and not a game.
Mm-hmm.
And that sucks because that's where their priorities like focused on. And
Yeah.
that's unacceptable. And also, if
Yeah,
I'm going to be
and-
frank, Sims 1, as innovative as it is extremely hard
It
to
is
get
cool.
into. Like, it's
Yeah,
super
it is
dated.
It's a very poorly aged game, sadly.
Yeah.
Yes, you said as innovative as it was at the time. It is well, for one, it's also extremely hard to get your hands on it to get it to work. Because
Unless
EA
if you pull up
sucks
your
when it comes to
hook.
Yeah, unless you pull out your pirate's hook.
But-
But that's because EA, and the same with The Sims 2 as well, because EA is horrible when it comes to preserving the Sims franchise.
Well, yeah, because
But
they
also
keep
The Sims-
updating.
Yeah, but also because The Sims 1 is very hard to play, honestly. Like bullshit hard. To manage one sim is very, like, needlessly just, like, taxing.
But yeah, I don't want to
Maybe-
like to stay on the Sims thing, so let's rank
Yeah.
it. Like, because if we like Sims 2 and 3 are good, but we have to factor in Sims 1 and 4. And because of that, you may not like this
think I would-
response, I'm going to put it in mid.
Ooh, I think I would
'Cause-
put that at above average, but that might be due to bias.
I mean, to be fair, I was biased too, but like you also have to keep in mind that The Sims also had a ton of spin-offs that like nobody remembers. Like does anyone remember The
Right.
Sims Medieval? No. No, you don't. Do you fucking remember like My Sims and all the other like sequels to that? No, you don't. So
Not in the grand scheme of things.
So
I
yeah,
remember
no.
them,
It's
but I understand not
it's a
that.
definition of a mid franchise. It's not that everything about it is bad, but let's be real here. The bad that it does like spew off really does stink.
Yeah, it is pretty bad.
So I'm gonna have to put it in mid. And that sucks because I actually kind of I love the customization in Sims 4. I just wish it was a better game.
Yeah, it was so close to being a good game.
All right. Well, someone mentioned this franchise earlier, so let's talk about it. Quake.
Wait,
I fucking love Quake 1. It's one of my favorite games ever. It's the best game made by id Software. So, like, I'm not gonna debate anyone on that one. And Quake 2 is also really good, and hell, even Quake 3. Hell, I'll even say this. Quake 4, at least control-wise, is fine. And people shit on enemy territory. I actually liked enemy territory because it was basically just Battlefield, but in Quake. So, but there's two games that do get in the way: Quake Live and Quake Champions. Quake Live being a live service version of Quake 3, which I mean, I get their mindset. They wanted it to be like, you know, sort of like a play to try sort of game, you know, like a lot of like MMO games, and they were going to continuously update it, but then no one like flocked to it, and so they kind of had to like, you know, make it a paid, like a fully paid like thing. Thankfully it's only $5 now, but that was a failed experiment. And then there's also Quake Champions. They're free to play version of Quake that they really wanted it to be the next big esport. And guess what? Nobody played it. Why? Because they tried to incorporate hero shooter mechanics in it, which fucked with the gameplay of, you know, the Quake games. And nobody liked it. So that's why nobody played it. Granted, I know Actman recently did a video talking about like arena shooters, and he explained like, you know, people don't like a game that like you can get dominated on like super easily. I don't agree with that take, but I do agree with the fact that like the way that Quake Champions was designed was terrible, and which is why you will never see me play it on stream, because it's just a poorly designed Quake game. So it's a great series though. Every other game in the franchise I would recommend. So is it as good? Is it as more recognized as Doom? No, but
No.
I prefer some of the games way more than Doom. But because it is a bit more inconsistent, whereas Doom has, like, there's no bad games with the Doom franchise, I have to put it in the great tier. So, recommend it. Alright, well, I think I've been neglecting this game the entire time. I'm kind of surprised I have. Let's talk Minecraft.
Ooh.
So, if we're talking about just Minecraft, then fuck yeah, like that alone warrants it being in the masterpiece. Like, it's my second favorite game of all time, and it was the game that got me into internet content in the first place. So it holds a special place in my heart. Though I will say, if we're also factoring in the fact that Minecraft Dungeons exist, and then the, you know, I think it's a Dynasty Wars inspired game that's coming out later this year. Okay, I know we made fun. I think I played Minecraft Dungeons like off stream with you, and like we were joking about that being like a Diablo clone or whatever. Like, do you remember that?
Yeah, I remember that. Oh my god.
Like, I mean, the game itself was fine, but like, let's be real here. Most people think of Minecraft for Minecraft. And so like we have to put it in the masterpiece, because like it's a game
that changed everything.
Yeah, it defined, you know, a huge group of people, and it's become like, I think it's now like in the top 5, maybe even most sold game of all time.
Yeah, one of. It's definitely a game that shaped my life, like defined my life.
Yeah, like it's changed. It touched the hearts of millions, and like it's a game that like allows you to do whatever the fuck you want, even more so than something like Gary's mod. And on top of all that, like, you know, you can do whatever you want, you can create whatever you want, and you can even make your own games inside Minecraft. Like,
it redefined like the definition of like a sandbox game.
well, also it redefined what you can actually do in a game. Like, it changed the course of like gaming history that much. So I have to put it in masterpiece just off of principle alone. Like, even if there's like a ton of spin-off games that they'll play, as long as they're just, you know, mid at worst, it doesn't matter. So, masterpiece. What isn't a masterpiece, however, oh god, now I have to think about that one. What isn't a masterpiece, however, and I don't understand the love for this franchise, if I can find it. Fuck, why can't I find it? Oh, is it not on here? Okay, never mind. I'll save it if we find another list. Okay. Whatever. Okay, you know what? Let's talk about the game I played yesterday. Time Splitters.
Time Splitters.
First game, actually good, flawed, but it was good. You know, it had, you know, it's a retro shooter, it's an arcade retro shooter, so from the early 2000s on console. And in that case, yeah, it works. And there's some charming characters in the second game, and even in Future Perfect from what I've seen in cutscenes. My god, though, one is mid at best. Like, you saw me fucking stream that shit yesterday. I swear to God, like...
That was insane.
Yeah, like, it was a launch title, so I can't give it too much shit, but man, if that came out any later than 2001, I would have given that game a fucking 3 out of 10. Like, especially with how short it is, and with terrible fucking levels. Granted, some of those isms did transfer over into Time Splitters 2, not as much, but it did kinda hurt a little bit. So I am going to put this in the above average tier, because I see not only potential, but also, like, I see where, you know, why it's a cult classic, but it's unfortunately really flawed. So, like, even in Time Splitters 2, with the fact that, like, you know, just like with the first game, you have to complete the games in normal and hard if you want to unlock everything. Which, granted, I prefer that over, you know, just coughing up fucking $50 in a battle pass. Or, you know, like, potentially hundreds of dollars in a loot box to get the thing that you want. Like, anything that, like, unlocking something in the game is always better. But I will always say that the way that Halo Reach did, you know, customization and, like, unlocking stuff for multiplayer is infinitely superior and is the best way you should unlock content for multiplayer. So, having to play through a game through, like, difficulty challenge, like, through difficulty, I will never like. So, it's a step up from, like, actually paying money, but it's still not my preferred way. So, yeah. Speaking of difficulty.
Difficult.
Dark Souls. Which I have not played, but I'm actually kind of interested in checking it out.
I refuse. I would hate that game.
I guess I'm just kind of interested to see how good I would be at that game, because, like, you know, I've been playing a lot of really, really hard games recently. Like, you know, I've been playing, like, you know, something like Rainbow Six, which I know Rainbow Six and Dark Souls, two completely different, like, series, but the thing that they both share is, you know, very, very high chance of death. So
I would hate that. I'd hate that shit.
Yeah, and I don't blame you, because, like, you know, it does seem like it's a bit punishing. Although, unlike a roguelike, where you have to start at the very beginning of the game, at least you do save progress in the Souls games. You just lose your stuff, like Minecraft. Which, yeah, that gets annoying, but it's not as annoying to have to do everything over and over and over and over and over again. So, it's like borderline for me, like, in terms of tolerance. So, and also, I played Bloodborne, and I like Bloodborne, so maybe I'll like a Souls game, but I just need to mentally prepare, like, myself for that.
I refuse to touch it. Sorry.
No, it's fine.
I would hate that game. Saving myself the trouble.
Alright, well, speaking of, we might as well just talk about all the Tom Clancy stuff. So, Rainbow Six, Ghost Recon, Splinter Cell, where's that? Oh, here it is. And then, is the Division on here? I don't think it is. Okay. I will just say this. Rainbow Six, 1, Rogue Spear, and 3 are really damn good. difficult as hell, but similar to a Soulsborne, it's rewarding. Like it, or well, from what I hear about Soulsborne games, I haven't delved myself too deep into that. But like to me, it feels like it's more of just a fair challenge. At least with the early Rainbow Six games. And how even like Rainbow Six Vegas 2, which we recently played through, a bit more arcadey, but still hard. But also a game where it's like, you know, it's more your fault. So,
It's all
however, I've always been mixed about Siege. Granted, like last several times I did play Siege, I actually had a lot of fun. But again, I don't like the fact that, like, you know, once you're dead, you have to wait until the next round. That's something that I've never liked.
Yeah, I never really liked that in games.
So-
That's why I couldn't really play. That's why I couldn't really play like something like Counter Strike,
Yeah.
which is unfortunate. But
So, and also, let's be real here. Like, the stories in like these games aren't very great, like at all. So, I am gonna put this at. I'll put it in a B. I'll put it in the above average. And you know what? I'm gonna do the same thing with Ghost Recon because it's pretty much the same thing except in the third person view. Although Ghost Recon does have the benefit of having, like, you know, basically like stripping away a lot of those tactical elements to where it feels more like a traditional third person shooter. And I think that worked really well with Future Soldier and hell, even Wildlands. It's only a shame though that Breakpoint exists. Yeah, that not very good game. Also the PS2 version of Ghost Recon 2. That one's too bullshit. Like God, that one's annoying as hell to play. So I do have to put that one in above average. However, Splinter Cell, I'm gonna put this in the great tier.
ooh,
It's the best competition against Metal Gear Solid that ever existed. Because, you know, the stealth mechanics, especially in the first game, and Chaos Theory, like, dude, fucking Chaos Theory is one of the best games ever made. Like,
ooh.
like,
I have not seen that yet.
yeah, no,
Yes.
Chaos Theory is fucking awesome. Like, you can do so much shit. And I think I mentioned, like, I talked about it a little bit with you off stream, I think, right? Like,
Yeah, just it's not the second game, right? It's
no,
the
it's
third.
it's the third game. Pandora Tomorrow is basically it's the first game, just with better locales and like some quality of life improvements. But Chaos Theory, like, you can literally go through the entire game without killing a single person. You can passive.
Oh,
you can
yeah,
passive. Yeah, you can passive. Like,
Passive. You can
yeah, like you
just
can.
run it.
Yeah, you can passive run it, like, which is awesome. Same thing with same thing with Blacklist, which also another underrated as hell game, and which unfortunately was the last game in the series because, well, it didn't sell well, and you know, game companies don't like it when a game doesn't sell well, even if it's good. So that's sad. I will say this: the things that do hold this series back is specifically Double Agent, story wise, and then Conviction, gameplay wise, and also story. It's not a very great game. So, but yeah, no, like, it's a great series. So it's nice. Hey Sylvie, welcome back to the stream. How have you been?
Stumbled. Then get back up.
All right. Actually, might as well talk about Metal Gear. Though this one's weird because Metal Gear Solid, I played a little bit of the first game, like Metal Gear Solid 1, and I played like about halfway through 4 and 5. So I didn't really get the greatest experience with it, but yeah, I can see where people like it, you know. I'm going to put, again, this is from someone who didn't do a deep dive with Metal Gear. Unfortunately, it's another series I didn't grow up with. because I was too young when the first game came out. So, but yeah, no, like I can see where he's coming from. If I end up playing through Metal Gear Solids 2 and 3 and even like the basically playing through like the first 3 games, I find them amazing, then that would be awesome, but I do have to factor in the fact that I haven't played through them too much.
Yeah, I am told like the first game is not technically the first, but
I know, because there's Metal Gear 1, which I also played. I actually played the NES version on YouTube, which is funny.
But yeah, like the first like true Metal Gear game, like I've heard is really like fantastic.
Yeah, I heard it's one of the best PS1 games ever made. It's funny because I actually own every single Metal Gear game except for Survival, but I just haven't played them. So,
wow.
I guess I'm just preparing myself.
Hint, hint, wink, wink, nudge.
Told Survival is not good.
Yeah, I heard it's terrible. The fact that you have to pay $10 for a save slot is actually criminal.
Yeah, that's actually that's
like
a crime.
Yeah,
that's
like you should actually I'm surprised Konami haven't gotten to like the Japanese equivalent to the Better Business Bureau, because like that should be a crime.
Yeah, that's awful. That deserves to be as like publicly humiliated upon as much as it did. Because like that is Mr. Krabs level of like over monetization.
Of greed.
Yeah.
Speaking of PlayStation franchises, God of War. I have not played any God of War game, though I own all of the pre-2018 games, so...
The Ghost of Sparta.
The Chains of Olympus.
Chains of Olympus.
So yeah, I'm building myself on that one. Ooh. BioShock.
Ooh.
So, okay, I will say this. The first BioShock game I thought was pretty good. It's not my favorite game, but, you know, the whole, thing with Andrew Ryan and Rapture and, like, just the whole, it being, like, what's called an immersive sim, basically, like, just being able to, like, traverse an area however you want with whatever tools you've got. I think it's pretty cool. And in terms of it just bringing the whole, idea, bringing forth the idea of, video games are art sort of, debate.
Yeah.
It definitely is innovative in that aspect.
Yeah, BioShock definitely sparked that. It was probably around for a long time before, but that definitely is
because
it's what use in those debates.
Yeah, because System Shock does predate BioShock in terms of just those types of games. But yeah, no,
BioShock just brought a mainstream audience.
Yeah. That being said, though, if you saw my experiences with 2, they were not enjoyable. I infamously gave that game a 5 out of 10, specifically because of the amount of crashes that it had, and the fact that, it just felt way too samey, with the first game. It's it just felt like it was just too much reused assets for a sequel, for, the follow-up. And
yeah, that's the vibes I get. I'm told by some people, though, that there's a huge, resurgence and, love for that game. Even as far as some people saying, that 2 is actually the best in the franchise.
No, it's not. No, it's not. No, it's not. Those people are the real inhabitants of Rapture. They're liars and they're fools.
They're liars and fakes and fools.
So, because of my experiences with that, I've not played Infinite yet. Because of my experiences with that, I'm going to put it in an above average. So,
that's valid.
I do need to play Infinite. don't know if I'll do one on stream because of the certain like content, like a lot of the things that the game does talk about.
Happens in that game.
And I just don't
If you
feel
know,
comfortable
you know.
doing that. But well, I'll see. I did hear that the Barrel at Sea DLC was really good though.
Oh, I would disagree.
Well, I guess.
It completely aesthetically wise, it's really cool because you get to see Rapture like in its in better times. But the way it really fucks over like the story of all the games, not just Infinite, but like the first. It really does a lot of like retconning and shit. Like it does a lot of really awful like bullshit, which is sad because yeah, like aesthetically wise, it's really cool and like like taking scenes from that DLC like individually, like in a vacuum,
Mm-hmm.
it's really great. When you look at it as a whole, it is like a big mess. But I don't want to like go too much into like spoilers.
Valid. Yeah, please don't spoil the game for me.
Yeah, I won't. I won't. I know you played like 1 and 2, but I have to get into like spoilers for Infinite as well.
Yeah,
And,
don't do that.
yeah, I won't do that.
All right, let's move on. Titanfall.
My
mean-
brother got into this. I never. I guess I never really got into it. I don't know.
Okay, Titanfall 2 campaign is really damn good, and it's multiplayer. It can be fun, though I will fully admit, like, if you're going, like, similar to Call of Duty, if you're going up against, like, a team that knows what they're doing, it's fucking awful to play. Probably even more so because of, like, the advanced movement. So, like, but, again, I am gonna put this one in, like, the above average as well. Mostly because, like I said, its story is pretty good, and, like, what they were able to do in Titanfall 2, I thought was really good. It just sucks that the first game just lacked true, interest and content. Like, interest and content. Because, like, nobody really played it because there was no content in the original game. And, it was, like, super bare bones when it came out. So,
People fell off it pretty quickly.
yeah. And considering that Apex Legends is basically rolling over the corpse of Titanfall, I don't think we're getting another Titanfall game.
Sorry, Titanfall fans.
Yeah, that makes me upset too because I'm sick and tired of Battle Royale, but that's a whole other conversation.
For discussion.
All right. How about this? Amnesia.
Ooh.
So, obviously everyone talks about The Dark Descent and it being one of the best horror games of the 2010s, if not just ever. And yeah, like it's DLC. I forgot its name.
Machine for Pigs?
No, there was like an expansion that they had for Amnesia that was made in like 2011. Hold on, Amnesia DLC. What's it called? Justine. Yeah, like a lot of people really liked that. However, a lot of people didn't like Machine for Pigs.
Yeah.
And a lot of people were just kind of mixed about Rebirth. And also, there's another game coming out called The Bunker. I think it's coming out later this month, right?
I don't know about this. I don't know. I didn't know about this.
Yeah, like it's like a World War I setting.
Amnesia the Bunker.
So
Yeah. The Bunker is a first-person horror game set in a desolate World War I bunker.
yeah,
don't know if it
that's
takes
coming out next
during-
month.
Yeah. I didn't know it. I don't know if it takes place during World War I, but it's the World War I era. Like vibe to it seems.
I mean, I'd imagine it would be World War One because like all the other games take place in like between like the
Wait.
1890s and the 1920s.
Yeah, that
So,
makes sense.
but yeah, no, like I've played The Dark Descent. I played up to a point in Machine for Pigs, and I did play a little bit of Rebirth. Considering that, like, from what I heard, a lot of people love the first game, a lot of people hated the second game, and then people were just kind of mixed about Rebirth. That balances it out to mid.
Mid.
So
The game that made PewDiePie.
yeah, and it spawned in not just PewDiePie, but a bunch of other like content creators back
Let's
then.
Play, like, or even just arguably
Yeah, it began the internet Let's Play. So I guess in that case, I wouldn't be here if it weren't for that. Great, fun,
many of
jolly. You know what isn't jolly though?
it is what.
Wolfenstein.
Oh, that is. Well, not because of the bad game, but like
Yeah, subject matter. You're fighting against a bunch of like, not very good people. Though, funny enough, I did play through most of the games, if I'm not mistaken. Which ones I played? Wolfenstein 3D, Spear Destiny, Return to Castle Wolfenstein, the 2009 game, New Order, and then the Old Blood. And then I put a little bit of Youngblood. Honestly, though, like, taking into consideration, like, just those games, I think I will put this in the above average also. Because, like, there's definitely, like, here's the thing. I'd say that Return to Castle Wolfenstein and the New Order are really damn good. Like, New Order almost made me tear. Like, near the end. It was that good. Like, I think I put it in, like, did I put it in A tier or S tier in, like, the FPS tier list? I don't remember. But, like, I think in hindsight, I probably would have put that game in S tier. It's really damn good. And guess what? Return to Castle Wolfenstein, like I said, is also really damn good. And, of course, being the game that pioneered and, led the first-person shooter to be what it is now, I gotta give credit where credit is due. It is unfortunate, though, that Youngblood was just a terrible fucking game.
The New Order was as mid as it was, and Youngblood was as terrible.
New Order? No, that's the amazing game. You're thinking of New Colossus.
New Colossus, my bad.
Yeah, don't disrespect New Order like that.
It's the new thing, sorry.
Yeah, I heard New Colossus was mid. And then also, Spirit Destiny was a confusing fucking maze of a game. That, like, if you saw my fucking playthrough 2 years ago, honestly was way too fucking confusing to the point where I had to fucking, like, cheat. Like, even though I had a map, I had to cheat. Which, if that's the case, I'm sorry, but your fucking game sucks. I don't even think it was made by id. I think it was made by a secondary studio. So, yeah. That's why it's at above average. It's cool, but it's deeply flawed.
It's got its flaws.
So, you know what else? It's got its flaws. And this is another big franchise, at least I think for you.
Oh.
Fallout. This one's going to piss some people off. And this is another big hot take for me.
Big hot take.
I am not the biggest fan of the Fallout games. Like, I've never vibed with, like, the setting or anything like that. Granted, I did get New Vegas recently. Because of a specific thing that I saw, like, you fucking do, and I... Yeah, okay, to be fair, I think New Vegas is probably, like, the coolest thing about Fallout, because at least with that one, it takes a lot of cues from spaghetti westerns.
Yeah, it has a really cool like theme tied around to it.
Yeah, and
Just
it feels
like
different. It feels different for a Fallout game.
yeah, it took a different vibe, but
So
with it still
I can
all with
respect that, but even then, like, I just don't care. I don't like the story. I hate the aesthetics for a lot of the other like areas, like especially in Fallout 3 and 4. And it just, to me, it just feels like the worst timeline that could happen, cuz like I hate 1950s and 60s culture. Like I hate that shit so fucking much. Like I
it
would
is like the worst.
like
Yeah,
it would be a fucking nightmare for me to live in. So
it's pretty
although again, New Vegas is like the redeeming value, but this is gonna piss some people off. I don't fucking care. I think it's a bad franchise.
Oh
Like
no!
but here's the thing. Even if you consider New Vegas, that's the only game that I've seen people like consistently say is good. Because people are
True.
mixed on 3 and 4,
People
and then
don't
people
get
fucking hate like 76 for good reason.
Oh yeah, good reason. I have played that game. One of the most boring games I have ever played in my life. Not even joking. I know it's better now that it's been updated a whole lot, but I don't care. It had a shitty launch. This is how I
Yeah, get your
spent
launches right.
$60 on it.
Like,
I spent $60 on it. I have the right to say if it sucked or not. I don't care.
yeah, get your fucking game launches correct. Like, it doesn't fucking matter. Like, even if a game does get good, and to be fair, there's some games that I like that were terrible at launch and do like good. But here's the thing. It should have been like that at the beginning. Get your fucking launches right.
If it was the way it is now, 76, if it was the way it is now at launch, I probably would be a bit more forgiving to it. But I spent $60 on it at launch. That's a lot of fucking
Goodbye
money.
to that $60. But yeah, I'm sorry. I can't fucking stand the setting. Also, I like, granted, this is never going to be a factor into this. Like, okay, to be fair, I did, say FNAF fan content was cool, but like, honestly, from what I've seen with the Fallout community, like, a lot of them are fucking toxic as hell. They're similar to 40K fans.
Oh yeah. It's not all like it's not the worst fan base, but it can be pretty fucking awful sometimes. Especially if your opinions deviate from the norm. They can't fucking stand that.
Yeah, and they probably won't like this fucking stream, but guess what? Those idiots, like, people who are going to be idiots and fucking, like, call me out, I'm just going to block them. So at the end of the day, I win. So. Well, I said a magic word.
You said the magic word.
Let's talk about it. Warhammer 40K. Get your soys out of the way. Get your like, soys out of the way. Otherwise, you're gonna be doing that for the rest of the stream. So, or like every time I say it. So Warhammer 40K. I will admit, at first, similar to Fallout, I just didn't really care, specifically because I didn't really like the fact that, like, it was science fiction mixed with fantasy. Like, to me, like, if I wanted to, like, play a science fiction thing, I would want it to be solely science fiction, or if I wanted fantasy, I would want it to be, like, solely fantasy. However, after learning about, like, some of the factions in the series, like, like specifically the Tau and the Craftworld Eldar and all that stuff. Yeah, there's some cool parts. It's a damn shame though that, like, the main faction that people focus on, the Imperium, is like the worst fucking thing ever. And like they're like 80% of the media.
In the same sense of like the Brotherhood of Steel and Fallout.
Yeah, they're like Space Marines are like the equivalent to like the Brotherhood in Fallout. Like they're like the poster boys of 40K. And it's annoying because it's like, dude, they're one of the least interesting factions. And like, dude, I prefer Eldar and Tau or Necrons or even Chaos. I'll fucking say this. I don't like, typically I don't like being the evil faction, but like I'd rather be I'd rather fucking like do Chaos than Imperium. I don't fucking care. Like,
Chaos. Control.
So, but yeah, no, like it's anything that's not Imperium based that I like, but because so much is focused on the Imperium, it's annoying. So, and I even got a few like flack from some of my personal friends who fucking are diehard 40k fans on that. So, but because of that, mid as hell.
Meh.
Also, I'm just gonna be frank. Like from what I heard with like 8th and 9th edition of the tabletop game being terrible, that's a bad sign for what 40k is gonna be like. So, at least in terms of the tabletop, in terms of games, they have gotten well, there's been more games, so take that for what you will. Some good, some bad. It just depends. I will say this: Dawn of War, one of the best RTS games ever made. So take that for what you will. Okay. What's another like
An awful franchise for us to completely disassemble.
why is Day of Defeat on here?
Is that not a franchise?
Not
Wizards of
really,
Victoria.
no. Okay,
Yeah.
well there's Day of Defeat and then there was Day of Defeat Source, the remake. Does that count?
I guess according to the list it counts if those are two games.
Well, if that's the case, then it's not very good. I'm sorry, I tried, but I just don't care. Like, in terms of just World War II shooters go, like, I'd rather play like most other World War II shooters. Especially since you die way too fucking quick. It's not a tactical shooter, but it plays like Counter-Strike if you were able to have respawns, which would have been fine if you actually had health packs like Team Fortress 1 and 2, but it didn't. So
You can't regenerate.
no. So it feels more punishing than it should be.
Lame.
Yeah, and no one talks about it because of that. So does anyone talk about Dare Defeat? No. So piss off. Well, I did say another magic word. Team Fortress.
Is there even a first Team Fortress game?
Yes. Well, okay. It started off as a Quake mod, then they remade that into Team Fortress Classic, and then there's Team Fortress 2.
I guess that makes it a franchise.
I mean, yeah.
I tried to get into Team Fortress 2 like a little. It kept my interest for a bit, but I just couldn't really get into it. One, I think because I'm personally a little tired of competitive shooters, just me.
Mhm.
And also, it's a type of thing where it's people who've been playing the game for years. Hell, even like decades, probably in some cases.
Yeah.
And it, like as such, it's hard to like be a fresh new player in 2023.
Yeah, I mean, I actually did recently play like a little bit of Team Fortress 2. After the update, it did get a bit better. The matchmaking did get a bit better. But like, because I used to play Team Fortress 2 a lot, like back in like the early days of my YouTube channel, I did a ton of Team Fortress 2 videos. Back in like 2015 and 2016, around like the gunmetal update. And I will definitely say this, like, it can be fun, but it's definitely a first-person shooter where if you don't play it 24/7, you're not gonna get, like, you know...
You're gonna fall behind with everyone else.
Yeah, like, that's the thing about Team Fortress, like, it's specifically Team Fortress 2 that is super annoying is that, like, it has a higher skill ceiling compared to most other first-person shooters. And it can be super fucking frustrating for new players.
Yeah, that's why I sadly could not like break into it.
Also, here's the sad reality: about half the maps are terrible. Like, I'm just gonna be frank. Like even the community agrees that like a lot of the maps, especially maps on attack defend in like any
capture flag map that isn't 2 Fort. Like, it's terrible. So I will put it in the above average, but it's like pretty mid to low in that tiering. Like, it's like as niche as you can get.
Hopefully you won't piss off too many people with that take then.
So, oh, I'm already I'm already like dead by the time I get to
Or,
freaking.
yeah. You already need like bodyguards.
Yeah, I need to do what David Vonderhaar did and like get bodyguards apparently. All right. Let's do something that won't piss off some people then.
Have a cold take.
Actually, before we do that, Mass Effect, never played them, but I'm interested in, so there you go. What's a cold take that I can have? Okay, yeah, what? How many fucking Naruto sub-franchises are there? I don't, like, goddamn.
It's Naruto.
Okay, here we go. Command & Conquer. I'm kind of surprised I have not talked about Command & Conquer up until this point, at least on the channel, because holy shit. It's a pretty good franchise. Dare I say great franchise.
Franchise.
Like, it along with the Warcraft series, before it became WoW, helped pioneer and define real-time strategy games. And guess what? Command & Conquer is a pretty good, like, RTS franchise. Because I played the first game, I played Red Alert, I played Red Alert 2, played Tiberium Wars, and then Red Alert 3. And then I also played Tiberium Twilight, which, by the way, Tiberium Twilight is the reason why it's not in a masterpiece, because that game sucked fucking ass. Like, because the thing is that they tried to make a level up system for you to like spawn in units in that game. Where in like RTS games, the only like the way that you unlock new units is by like building up your tech and by building like new buildings. Like you weren't like leveling up your character. So it made things like super fucking difficult when you were a new player. So terrible idea, terrible concept. Don't play that game. It's not even on Steam anymore. They actually removed it on Steam. So, but every other game, really good. Like,
You're good.
so yeah, like especially type like Command and Conquer 3 Tiberium Wars. Like, I'd say that one is, dare I say it, one of the best RTS games ever made. So go check the games out. Like, hell, I might even stream one of these games like at some point, because like I did it with Company Heroes. Might as well do it with Command & Conquer. It was a defining franchise. So it helped shape the game, like the gaming landscape. Yay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right. Now what?
Well, I mean, I said Company Heroes, so why not?
Oh, alright.
So
Another magic.
honestly though, like Company Heroes, or at least the first Company Heroes, is really not that different from Command and Conquer. It was made by the same people who made Dawn of War, which I mentioned earlier. And they're actually coming up with Company Heroes 3 later this year. So that'll be cool. And honestly, Company Heroes 1, I think is really good. And Company Heroes 2 is also pretty good too. Though just not quite as good. So I am also going to put this in the great tier. So highly recommend them. Highly recommend those games. Should we keep doing more cold takes, or should I do another hot take?
I have one more cold take.
Okay. You know what?
Ever heard of the Blood games?
Like Bloodborne?
No. Like it's the late 90s retro like Doom clones.
No.
Okay.
Blood.
Yeah, it's made by Monolith, who actually made the Fear games, believe it or not.
Ooh.
And Shadow War and Shadow Mordor. Same people who made that. So
Blood.
yeah, no. I will say this. The first Blood is actually pretty good. Like highly recommended. However, the second game is actually terrible. Like they released it unfinished. Like it barely I don't know how, but it barely fucking runs on my computer. And the game came out in 1998. Like it's so fucking poorly optimized. And also just terrible fucking dialogue in that game. So because there's only 2 games, one really really good and one really really bad, mid.
Mid.
So it is what it is, unfortunately. But they had to fuck it up by having some sort of like, rush to deadline. Because keep in mind, the first game came out like in 1997. So the sequel took them like 10 months for them to make.
Yeah, that's rushed.
Yeah. So, yeah. Fun. All right. Here's the hot take.
Oh boy. Back at it again.
So, this one is more, I will admit, it's a bit more of a bias, and I even admit that it's a little bit spiteful for this, but man, I'm fucking sick and tired of people talking about this franchise, because, like, dude, it has really pushed Sony to push away a lot of, like, really, really good, like, properties that they had before, or even, like, it even pushed away the idea of like having a lot of like newer IPs that could be really good for them to have. But they've recently been milking this cash cow, and even did a terrible fucking port recently on PC. So we're in some hot shit, and I don't want to fucking hear it from anyone, because like I played the first game, and like it was okay. It was whatever, but like I don't fucking care. And the second game became so fucking infamous with how divided it was that I don't even want to fucking touch. I don't even want to fucking touch it.
Oh god, I just say it. We all know.
I have to fucking say this. Last of Us.
Mid. It's fucking mid.
Oh, I'm putting it lower than that.
Oh, you're putting it in bad?
I'm putting
bad.
I would have put this in below average if it weren't for the PC like port, but because of the PC port and a port of a remake of a game that was already remastered,
it's already remastered.
I have to put it in bad. I don't fucking care. I don't fucking care. Like I'm so fucking sick and tired of this shit. Like
I am sick of this game. I am so fucking tired of this game. I'm sorry, everyone, but
no, but like yours is probably like people are probably going to be more forgiving for you than me, because here's my fucking thing. First of all, another zombie game. I'm fucking tired of zombie games. Like I already said that with Left 4 Dead. Second of all, the story itself, like I mean, yeah, like, or at least with the first game, like it's more.
At least it's nice, but I don't understand why people find it so fucking groundbreaking. Like it's very. I wouldn't go as far to say as it's like generic, but it's just like it's like. It's. I guess it's like the type of quality you get when you watch like a good like just one of the better Marvel movies. Like you're not getting anything huge, you're just getting something that's like, oh, it's like all right.
Mm-hmm.
You're not getting nothing that's gonna fucking change your life. I don't understand that. I don't get why it makes. I don't get why it makes people cry. All right, like that's I don't get why that. Maybe that's a bit like. Maybe I'm not the right
Well,
person
that's
to
the
say
other
that. Because
thing, is that,
I
like, I did not cry at the end of this. Guess what? I fucking cried at the end of Sly 3, Halo 3, Silent Hill 2, and I almost cried at the end of the New Order. I did not cry at the end, whenever I saw the ending of this. Like,
Yeah, like or that beginning moment where Joel loses his daughter. Like spoiler. Oh, I
it's
know.
at the beginning of the game.
Whatever.
Like, that's not...
The beginning of the game. I don't get why it's sad because you only know her for like 10 minutes.
And then, like, so yeah, if that wasn't already kind of just annoying for me as much, also the gameplay itself, like, it's basically
very
just
good.
Uncharted's gameplay, except minus
Yeah,
like a
the
lot of like the platforming stuff, like it just with way less platforming like bits.
the gameplay itself, I will say, is generic, and most people will agree with you on that. But the story itself isn't exactly groundbreaking either. And don't even get me fucking started on the second game because the second game you don't even have that excuse of there being a like decent story behind it. Oh my fucking god!
Yeah, no.
And
After I heard like all the reviews on like the second game, I lost all fucking interest that could have been made with that. So,
and what's getting me to hate it now is more so just it's like the favorite child for like Sony and
yeah,
like no
that
Naughty
and
Dog.
that
Their favorite
brings
child.
up my biggest fucking like annoyance with this is that games like Last of Us and Horizon have really forced Sony to push the idea that like every fucking game that they have to make has to be some sort of master grandiose like story like rich narrative like experience, which
It has to be
like that's not
that's not what games
necessarily a
are.
bad thing, but that shouldn't be all your fucking games. Like,
That's not everything. That's not even what games are. Not games don't need to be Hollywood movies. That's what annoys me with The Last of Us. Is it push that idea with people that games need to be like Grammy nominated, like Hollywood movie esque. And I'm like, there's a place for shit like that, but that's not every good game.
and what's even fucking worse is that franchises like Jack and Daxter, and then my fucking favorite franchise, I put it on fucking Masterpiece, Sly Cooper, they get fucking
And
neglected. Like, even though both, like, Sly 4 ended on a fucking cliffhanger that Sanzaru wanted to fucking finish, but no, Sony didn't want that. Why? Because that was around the time, like, by the time that Sly 4 came around, that was around the same time that Last of Us came around. So, like, that's when the shift happened. Where, like, they were focusing more on, oh, how about we just make these, like, things.
they're
And
bigger.
then they had the remaster, and then they had 2, and then they had the fucking remake. It's like
And a remake.
a remake of a
A
game that was already fucking remastered. Like, they're so fucking afraid of, like, doing anything other
They
than, like, Last of Us or, like, fucking Horizon. Maybe God of War stuff, but they're, like, allergic to anything outside of those 3 properties.
And that's not mentioning like now like the shit with like the TV show and like other shit outside of it. Now it's more than just like a game franchise. Which the thing with the TV show, and we're not talking about TV shows, we're talking about games, but they just copy paste like most of the game story from the show. I don't see why everyone's like so shocked, like that it's good. Well, good that people like it. Like, of course you're gonna fucking like it. But
I just don't
that's
care.
all I'll say on that because we're talking about games, man,
Yeah,
not shows.
like, again, I'm in, like, the vast minority in this, but I don't fucking care. Like, I don't care. I don't give a shit about Last of Us. I never did, and I never will. Especially,
For me,
especially with how much Sony just fucking wants to milk this shit.
yeah, for me, it's a case of like hype ruining something that was decent because people talk about this like it's fucking like The Godfather, and it's like okay, like I get it. It's not even that really great to begin with. It's only like mid. It's like
Yeah,
okay,
it's the definition of overrated.
yeah, oh yeah, definitely.
So,
It's overrated. I'm sorry, it's overrated. I'm not saying it's bad. At least the first game. But is it really? But like, just sit down and like ask yourself, like, is it really that good? Like, does it really warrant all of this? That's what I would encourage people to do.
Alright, well, speaking of things that I think are overrated, this one's gonna piss some people off too, but I don't fucking care. Half-Life.
Half-Life. Oh. Oh.
I'm fucking saying I talk about this shit all the fucking time. I'm basically beating a dead horse here. Half-Life 2 was fine. If it is a bit overrated, though I will admit it was innovative in terms of just, physics and in terms of its, more like, pushing the Source engine. Source engine, I think, is probably my personal favorite engine in any, thing. And I'm glad that it exists. It's the damn shame, though, that people fucking overhype the first Half-Life. And I've played that shit 4 times in a row into completion, and I still don't fucking understand why people praise it to high heaven as being one of the best first-person shooters. Even to the point where, people, I've seen motherfuckers being like, oh, anyone who fucking says that this game isn't innovative is, wrong. It's like, dude, you're being ignorant and you're being stupid. Where were you when fucking Quake 2 came out? Or, fucking Unreal and Unreal Tournament. Okay, Unreal Tournament came after Half-Life 1, but you get my fucking point. Is it the worst game I ever played? No, but it's definitely, again, similar to Shadow of the Colossus, top 5 most overrated games I ever fucking played. So, I will say this, though. Alex does look pretty cool. Half-Life Alex.
Alex really fucking cool.
So, and I will admit, I do like the concepts in the game. I like a lot of, there's some, cool, lore tidbits, but, I had to put it in mid.
Oh, we are dead. We're gonna die.
I already said I'm already fucking... I put Shadow of the Colossus lower than fucking this.
We are gonna die.
I don't fucking care. Half-Life 1 is overrated as fuck. I'd rather play any other, okay, maybe not every other fucking game, but most other fucking games, retro shooter, arcade, arena shooters from that time. Don't fucking, at me on that one.
Go to jail.
Though I will say, it is better than Blood 2. So, anything's fucking better than that shit. But it's still not genre fucking defining. Fuck that. Which, speaking of, Unreal.
Unreal.
This is the genre defining game. This was the game that a lot of people praised, what people praised Half-Life 1 for, Unreal did before it. It had the, sense of progression with, its narrative, from, starting, because, again, most first-person shooters around this time immediately gave you a gun. This game didn't. You had to actually kind of do a little bit more in order for you to, start getting weapons. Also, this game had, a progressive sense of moving from level to level, meaning that you, there were loading screens, and loading screens were probably long as hell back then, but, the loading screens are instantaneous to where it just seems like you're just moving through, a continuous environment. And, guess what? I find Na Pali to be a way more interesting setting than fucking Black Mesa, because, it's a fucking planet. It's a giant, who knows what's on that fucking planet? That's at least more interesting to me than, some research lab that, you see the entirety of throughout Half-Life 1 and its expansions. And, again, that's not even going into Unreal Tournament. Both 1999's Unreal Tournament and Unreal Tournament 2004. Those are fucking fire. I'll even say this: Unreal Tournament 3, as flawed as it was still fun. Just sucks that Epic just recently removed access from all of their games on Steam and on GOG. Like you literally can't buy these games anymore on Steam or on online. Like
only Fortnite.
You said the fucking word I wish you didn't say, but like you get my point. Like this was them at their peak, at least in terms of creative talent, and it fucking sucks that they sold out. Like
they sold out.
Cuz this is a great series. And they're literally killing their own franchise. This debuted the Unreal Engine.
Unreal Engine.
You know how many fucking franchises that we already listed that use the Unreal Engine?
Look it up.
Like,
I hate to be the guy, but we can't list them. Like it would take too long.
Yeah, it would that would be a full-on podcast.
That could be its own tier list of list of Unreal Engine games.
So yeah, no, you get the gist is that Unreal Tournament are hugely influential, and those are the games that helped push the gaming to what it is now, not Half-Life. So although fuck you Epic for removing access to that, to all the games.
Not that Half-Life didn't have its influence, but it was not a pioneer.
Yeah, it wasn't. Anyone who says that is actually kind of is being dishonest. But whatever. All right. Let's get back to uncontroversy.
Uncontroversy.
You know what? Let's talk about Guitar Hero.
Ooh.
What?
I played that at an arcade bar a couple months ago.
So, I will say this. Guitar Hero did help shape my music taste. Especially Guitar Heroes 2 and 3. Those two games in particular, helped really, bring out my music taste. And also, the controller was pretty cool for its time because, it's a rhythm game. It wasn't the first rhythm game, obviously, but it was definitely the game that popularized it for a while. And yeah, no, there's a reason why it was a big sensation because, it was pretty easy to get into, but you had to master it. If you wanted to get to the hardest difficulties, yeah, no, it was a challenge, but it was still something that someone can pick up and play. Hell, I still have one of the guitars. It's back here.
Okay.
Yeah. This was back there for the past 4 months. So yeah, granted, I haven't I actually did play this quite a bit while I was at my dorm at university last year. So and guess what? It's still fun. Granted, I only have the PS2 version. I have the PS2 versions of all the mainline games, which means I don't have any of the DLC, unfortunately, and because of licenses, they don't have that shit anymore. But yeah, no, it's definitely an influential franchise. Did it get overly did it get oversaturated? Hell yes, it did.
Rock Band and Rock Band's for specific bands.
No, Rock Band. No, Rock Band's a different series.
Oh, Rock Band is different?
Yes, that was EA's response to Guitar Hero.
I thought they were the same.
No.
Why?
Guitar Hero's Activision. Rock Band is EA.
Well, what?
What? So, but yeah, no. I will say this, though. I would definitely say the best games in the series is Guitar Heroes 2, 3, and then 5. And then 1, World Tour, and especially live. Live was just, they changed the controller on live. You don't do that. Yeah, like they changed. Yeah, they changed it to where, like, instead of like the 5 big buttons, they changed it to 6 really small buttons on top, plus like a power like button down here. It was like super confused. It was actually kind of difficult to control. Like, the reason why this was successful was because it was easy to fucking control this shit. Like, but I digress. This is the best peripheral game series. Don't at me. Although, because of how oversaturated it got and a ton of like different spin-offs that weren't that great, I will have to put this in the above average, but it was still pretty good for its time. Just sucks that, we haven't had a new game in 8 years. So,
Yeah, good thing I didn't say Lego Rock Band was the only like Guitar Hero game I played.
no.
I was gonna say that, but I opted not to.
Yeah, no. Actually, is Rock Band on here?
I'd imagine.
Oh yeah, here it is.
All right. Well, what about Rock Band?
I will say this: I am not as versed with Rock Band. I only played it like a couple of times at a friend's house. I played the first one. So I can't really comment too much on this. So like, actually, because of that though, I guess technically never played. Though I am interested. Though I will say this: a lot of the same songs that were on Guitar Hero 3 were also on Rock Band 1. So
Oh yeah, I think about that.
that's kind of suspicious. I think there was even like a lawsuit because of that, but they still stuck around. So, but again, they also haven't had another game since 2015. So
it's kind of like a die. It kind of like, I wouldn't want to say it's a fad, but it kind of was.
It was a fad. It was a good fad though, but it was a fad. So, and yeah, like, and that's the thing is that it helped, like, both Rock Band and Guitar Hero, they did bring in a lot of like new, like, they brought in a lot of like new fans of like different bands. Like, I wouldn't have known about Weezer, Pearl Jam, or Senses Fail if it weren't for Guitar Hero. So, and I fucking love those bands. Like, I mean, not love Weezer, but I like them.
You wouldn't know the funny band.
There's plenty of funny bands, though.
Yeah, the Weezer's they're the funny band.
Rivers Cuomo is a giant meme, but whatever.
Yeah, exactly.
I already talked about Weezer so many times before, though. Like, let's move on. I will say, is Rocksmith on here? If Rocksmith is on here, that's funny. That was Ubisoft's response. I don't see it. Damn it. Alright, whatever. God, okay. You know what? Since you said Lego, let's talk Lego.
Oh. I have a Lego game on my TV right now.
So, yeah, I'm actually kind of surprised. I have not streamed any of the Lego games, despite the fact that, like, I've played a lot of Lego games, because I played Lego Star Wars Complete Saga, I played Lego Star Wars 3, I played Lego Indiana Jones, Lego Batman 2, I didn't play the first one. My cousins played that one, though. And then Lego Pirates of the Caribbean, and then Lego Lord of the Rings.
Yeah, I played like Star Wars Skywalker Saga, the first Lego Batman and the second one, in the Indiana Jones franchise, the Lord of the Rings, what else have I? Oh, and the Pirates of the Caribbean and Harry Potter ones. Those are the ones that I've played.
I will definitely say that. Oh, sorry.
Well, I'm just saying, like, if I remember correctly, the quality has been pretty consistently good throughout all of those games. But again, it's been probably a decade, like over a decade since I've played some of those games.
Yeah, I will definitely say this. In terms of just the quality,
control, yeah, no, like the Lego games, I would say is pretty good. However, there is one major flaw with at least every single Traveler's Tales Lego game. They all are kind of the same.
Yeah, if it ain't broken, don't fix it.
Yeah, it's kind of a Call of Duty situation where it's like, admittedly, like, and again, I put Call of Duty at mid, so like,
Oh no. No, don't put Lego games at mid.
I'm not.
Please. Please. You can't do this to me.
Stamp.
You can't do this to me. You hurt my feelings.
I already hurt so many feelings tonight.
You make me cry.
Wah. Okay, but like, here's the thing though. Like, again, it's a solid base, but again, like, I just wish there was more innovation. And again, we're going like this. Like, how many fucking Traveler's Tales Lego games there are? There's like 25 or 30 of them. Like, and like most of them do play the same. Not that that's a bad thing, but I just wish there was more. And you know what? I'm going to also bring up Assassin's Creed in this same conversation too, because that's another franchise where admittedly a lot of the games are kind of samey. Even though I like Assassin's Creed, don't get me wrong, but like, let's be real here. Shit, where is it? Like, a lot of the games are pretty similar to each other. So yeah, I am going to also put that in mid. Like, basically, if a franchise, like, again, there's, like, I will admit, I like Call of Duty, I like Lego, and I like Assassin's Creed, but I have to admit that, like, a lot of the games do have, like, are very samey with each other. Yeah, they definitely have, like, different themes and, like, different, things or whatever, but I don't know, man, like, I just want something different. So, which, unlike these other franchises, though, Assassin's Creed did actually do something a little bit different. They did change it, like, with Assassin's Creed Origins, they did, like, make it an RPG. Like, they shifted it from being, like, a stealth game to an action-adventure game, and then to, like, an RPG, which is cool. But then, again, they kept that same formula again with Odyssey and Valhalla. It's like, can we just have something a little bit different? So, I don't know. Again, this is coming from someone who likes these franchises, but I have to admit, if we're talking about all them as a whole,
Right about variety.
yeah.
Which a franchise needs to have.
All right. Let's go Red Dead. I have not played Red Dead too much, but I am interested in it. So
You are in the presence of a big fan. A huge fan. In fact, I've gone as far as maybe to even say like Red Dead Redemption 2 might be like one of, if not like, like one of my favorite games of all time.
Ooh.
Yeah, 2, the second game. The second game surpasses the first one in so many aspects. I would put the Red Dead Redemption franchise in a fucking like an S tier. Like,
well, okay, it says Red Dead, which includes Revolver.
Includes Revolver. I don't give a shit. 2 and 1 make up for like all the quirkiness of like the first of like Revolver.
Alright.
It surpasses. I say it makes up for all that.
I'll take your word for that. Alright. Yeah, I'm gonna make some of these a little bit more quick, so okay. I don't even fucking know what this is. Okay, Persona. Never played. Kinda interested, but I don't know.
kind of, but I don't have a Switch, and so like.
Oh well, it's on they're on PC now.
Oh, it's on Steam. Oh, rad.
Yeah. Yeah. What's this one with the pentagram?
Yeah, I saw that. No, and
I
I
thought
didn't.
this was Persona, but no. I don't know what that is.
No, there's no, like I don't think Persona really does like pentagram shit.
No, I seen like shit with like Persona 2 and 3. They have pentagrams in them.
Oh, okay. Thought it was this one thing. Yeah, what is this?
I don't know.
Just like it's like paganism. I
Maybe.
guess if we wanted to rank paganism on the list of religion tier list,
No,
no,
no.
that's a no. That's a big no.
I don't know. Oh, that's a soccer thing. I don't care.
The religion tier list.
Uh, Injustice. Never played. Don't care. Midnight Club.
Cool, like
Never played. Don't care. Huh?
Injustice is a cool idea, but I never played it, so I don't know.
I don't care because I don't like fighting games.
Well, why not the Batman series, the Arkham series?
I only played like the first 10 minutes of Arkham Asylum, and also, frankly, I don't think I care about that either.
Oh,
I don't like superhero games.
I love Batman though. It's not your typical superhero game though.
Okay, yeah, but like I don't
It's
care.
more like an action beat 'em up with like some puzzle aspects.
Whatever. Okay, Dishonored. Never played, but I'm interested in it. Looks cool. It's a stealth game, so you know I'm interested in it. Oh, this one's gonna piss some people off.
Oh, another hot take.
Super Smash Bros.
Oh,
I have not played, but I don't care.
I've played Brawl, and Melee's the newest one, right?
No, it's Ultimate.
Ultimate. I played Brawl and Ultimate, and I have good memories playing Super Smash Brothers with folks. I don't have a Switch, but you know, I have played a lot of stuff on the Switch just with being well, not a lot of stuff, but I played the Switch a lot from like other people, and Super Smash Brothers was one of those. I had Brawl on the Wii, and it's okay, but I could not get into it because of all the. Maybe it's because I always play with people who are of a higher skill level that ruined it. But also, like, there's so many different. I couldn't really get the hang. Maybe this is me being stupid, but I couldn't get the hang of all like the button combinations and shit. Like, the things you have to do to get certain moves and to do certain things.
I
and
mean,
it was
that's
just
all
too much.
fighting. That's all fighting games, though.
Yeah, well, I couldn't get it. Like, it was so like needlessly complicated. I was like, there's got to be like an easier way. This could be done. Especially when it comes to like really important life-saving stuff like that. It's just like this complicated button combination. I'm like, I can't. Maybe I'm dumb, but like I can't. It's hard to like make those decisions at such fast pace.
All right, Marvel Ultimate Alliance. Haven't played. Don't care.
I don't care for Marvel.
Streets of Rage. Haven't played. Don't care. Tekken. Haven't played. Don't care. Exciter Bike. Don't care.
Hype bike.
Yeah, Excite Bike. I don't care.
No game.
I guess maybe it's an NES era game. I don't know. Top Gear. Don't know. Don't care. Never played. Football Manager. Don't care.
Football.
Dragon Ball Z. Don't care. I got a lot of flack from whenever I talked about Dragon Ball and how I didn't give a shit about it because I don't care for like
It's one of the big animes.
yeah, but too bad. Syndicate, never heard of that. Sakura Wars. Have I heard of that before?
I haven't.
Oh, okay, never mind. Don't care. It's one of those, like, very borderline, like, games. You know if you know. Alright, Daytona, USA, don't care. Yeah, I'm getting all the don't cares out.
Get through all like the don't care.
Fatal Fury, don't care. Final Fight, don't care. The hell is this? Izuma 11, don't care. Knights, never heard of that. Rise and Chase, don't care. Monster Rancher, don't care. Oh, that's okay. That's Crossfire. Samurai Showdown, don't care. Commandos, don't care. Project Diva, don't care. Don't even know what that is. Flat out. Digimon, no thanks. Striders, no. Neptunia, no, I don't care. Epic Battle Fantasy? It's just a dumb name.
What was it? Epic Battle Fantasy.
The Blob, no thanks.
Concept for a title, not like an
Virtual
actual
Fighter, no, don't care. Yeah, okay, yeah, some of these I can't even fucking read the like names. Like what the hell? Twisted Radio. No. Shenmue, no thanks. Fucking no thanks. I know like Yakuza was inspired by this game, but I don't think I'd give a shit about Shenmue. A Teller, no thanks. Ape Escape, I don't care.
Escape.
I thought you'd like that. I don't care about it. It looks dumb. Dragon Fighter, no. God, I am putting a lot of these in the never played and never will. Yeah, Nier. I don't give a shit about Nier. I don't give a shit.
I want to stay far from Nier.
Yeah. Exactly. Wait, Shovel Knight has a sequel?
Huh.
I didn't fucking know that. I didn't give a shit about that. I didn't give a shit about the first game. Below average. Sorry, it just seemed like Mario but with like Dig Dug physics.
Mario.
That's what it was. I don't care. Oh, this one. People are about to fucking sob over this one. Banjo-Kazooie.
Oh no.
I have not played those games, but I don't think I care enough to. I'm sorry, I don't like it when a game is like super cartoony. I mean, like they can like obviously look like they're like animated, like, you know, Sly or Shantae, but those are the exceptions, not the rule.
So, also, if I end up being disappointed, I'm trying to save everyone's disappointment from me. So, I'm doing everyone's a favor here. Disgaea, I don't know. Valkyria. I guess I was kind of interested in those. Wasteland. Yes, this is the western. Yeah, this is the western one. Okay, yeah, this one I'm interested in. Yeah, I've not played. Yeah, this is like a turn-based tactics like western game. Wasteland. Looks interesting. Spelunky, don't care. Fable, I don't care. Okay, fine. Okay, Wait, is this Crossfire X? I don't know. If it is, I'm putting that there. I was interested in it until I heard that Crossfire X was dog shit, so. Drakengard, don't care. What else is here? I don't know what that is. Art of Fighting. No more like Art of... No thanks. No thanks. Alright, Danganronpa, don't care.
Yeah, I think that's how it's pronounced. I think it's Danganronpa.
I don't know.
That's gonna piss off a lot of people.
Dude, this whole list, I'm already pissing people off.
Oh, this whole list is pissing people off.
I think Darkstalkers. Is that the one I'm thinking it is? Darkstalker. Oh, yeah, okay. Never mind, I don't care. Burnout. I guess it's interesting enough. Because this was one of the first, like, racing games where, like, you see, like, explosion, like, the cars exploding and shit. Yeah, it's fucking violent as hell. Baldur's Gate, not played, but I'm interested in it. Worms, not played, but I don't care.
It's an old franchise.
Yeah, it's been around since the mid-90s.
Yeah, the mid-90s.
Yeah, I think I think that's pretty much it in terms of games, like franchises that I haven't played and I don't care. So, Guilty Gear. And yeah, I don't know what that is.
Guilty of not playing.
Oh, Men of War. Okay. Don't care for that as much. Because I think I've played every other... Gundam. Oh, Gundam. Don't care. God, why are there so many on this list? Why? I had to choose this one out of all of them.
I mean, you can't play everything.
No, I'm talking about, like... Why did I choose this list? So freaking long. Okay. Yes, I have. Okay. I have played every game. At least one game from everything here. So, yeah, we're good. Alright. Oh, Splatoon. I don't care.
Yeah, I don't really care.
Okay.
I'm kind of done with competitive shooters, so like I don't really care.
Okay. Let's continue forth.
Now that we've gotten all like that out of the way,
Oh god. Okay.
we
Actually,
still have.
I'm gonna get a drink. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Entertain.
How?
I don't know. Like, just
Just do something.
yeah, do like talk like just make a dumb joke.
But I can't even do that. Oh,
Just make a
God.
funny complaint about something. But yeah, I'll be right back. That took a little bit longer than I thought. I was just talking with my uncle, so
Oh God. This was terrifying. Don't ever do that to me again.
I'm s- I guess I learned my lesson. You're not like Psy or Icarus.
I haven't built a rapport with the audience.
You've been on here several times. Whatever, it's fine. I'm not gonna pressure you. But anyways, I am gonna pressure you on this though.
What?
Hitman.
Hitman. I am still salty about it though, but not because of the game, but because of me.
Yeah, you couldn't run Hitman 2 on your computer.
Yeah, I can't run Hitman 2 on my computer. And that's like my fault. Well, not really. Because,
Well, this series only has like 2 bad games. So,
yeah, only 2 bad ones. The
Yeah.
first one and Absolution.
yeah, like if I were you, I would avoid the first game like the plague and then only play Absolution if you are really, really interested in some weird story. But,
Yeah, it was some weird shit.
So, but other than that, it's actually a great series. Go check them
Yeah,
out.
especially like the new trilogy.
Mhm.
Really solid.
Also,
Although I
Blood
haven't-
Money and Silent Assassin. Like those 5 games truly do make up for just how awful the first game was.
Yeah.
Contracts is a bit iffy, but good series. Check them out.
Anyway.
All right.
Well, I'm glad we came back to like not a positive take.
Well, that's too bad because I'm about to have a pretty bad take here.
Oh, we're about to go.
Actually, no. I'll wait on that one.
Okay.
Metro.
Metro.
I played Metro 2033 and I somewhat skimmed around with Last Light. It's cool.
Yeah, I haven't played that one, but it looks really interesting.
I'll
That's
put it
something
in the
I think
above average. Again, I just need to play through like the later games. But from what I played with 2033, it's cool. I just wish the mouse acceleration was easier to use. Because usually I don't complain about like, things like mouse acceleration all that much, but like this one has a severe case of that. So like, and it makes it to where like sometimes like the mouse like clicks off screen. It's annoying as hell. So it's a tiny thing, but it's happened more times than I wish, enough to where it annoys me. So if it just had a few more tweaks, great. But it's, from what I can tell, it's a solid beginning. So, and I hope to check out the other games. Arma. Tactical shooter, tactical military simulation shooter. I'm gonna be frank. Arma 3 is actually really damn cool. Like it's because like it's a sandbox open world tactical military simulation shooter. That's a mouthful, but that's basically what it is. And like so like you can create your own scenarios in the game. Like you can create your own like sort of like, espionage missions or like your own like, outdoor or even indoor corridor like, missions. You can make this game like Rainbow Six, or you can make it like a hardcore version of Battlefield. Like,
Ooh.
it's actually pretty cool. And I do appreciate like just how hard, like, how dedicated like the Arma community is with Arma 3. And even with Arma 2, it's actually like Arma 2 was definitely like, a good like stepping stone towards Arma 3. Albeit the controls are a bit awkward because like there's so many like button prompts. And like I can definitely see the appeal. Also, it spawned DayZ, so take that for what you will.
Take that. Will.
But I will admit the first Arma game is really, really like it's a dumb beast. Also, this is not the most accessible game. Because again, like even Arma 3 where they did streamline a lot of things, there are still so many fucking like things you have to use. Like it's the definition of a PC game. So I think I will put it in above average, but it's a super super niche thing. Like not everyone's gonna like it. So that's fun. I'm gonna give some people a reality check.
Oh.
Duke Nukem.
Oh shit. Oh.
So I will admit this. Duke Nukem 3D was interesting enough. Like, granted, it's not my favorite game, mostly just because it is a lot of like crude humor. Thankfully, not as much as fucking Postal, because Postal is just
Yeah, well.
like
Yeah.
like it's actual trash. That's why it's in the trash tier. And in terms of gameplay and hell, even in terms of like, interacting with the environment, I can give credit with where Duke Nukem 3D does. But like, has anyone thought about like all the other games besides Duke Nukem 3D?
Well, forever.
I'm not even just talking about forever. There are actually a ton of other Duke Nukem games out there. And
I never really thought about it. But yeah, I guess there's other Duke Nukem games.
yeah, like the ones on PlayStation from the late 90s and early 2000s. No, thank you. And again, Duke Nukem Forever, literally
Yeah.
a game.
Forever trash.
Yeah, forever trash. And my prime example of a game that I use to counter people who use the whole, like the Shigeru Miyamoto quote of like a game that takes like, that is rushed is like forever bad, but a game that takes its time like is forever good or
Yeah.
something like that. It's like, dude, no.
I misuse that quote.
Prime example right there to why that quote is bullshit. What you need to do in order to make a good game is have good direction. And Duke
Yeah.
Nukem Forever did not have good direction. So, I'm sorry, but like, one good game doesn't save an entire franchise.
Below average.
No,
No.
bad.
It's bad.
One good game doesn't like does not like save the rest of just the trash that Duke had to go through. Like,
Yeah.
I'm sorry, but that's the truth. And I wouldn't even really say Duke Nukem like 3D like is my favorite. Like I said, I prefer Blood because they're both on the same engine, the build engine. So, granted, that one came out afterwards. So again, I would still give credit with Duke Nukem like 3D, but also thankfully like Duke Nukem quotes are always funny. So
Yeah.
That's the one. Because of that, I will put it in like the top of bad. But again, one thing doesn't counteract like the rest of it, unfortunately. Which, speaking of, actually, no, never mind. Okay, speaking of franchises that have more bad games than good, Brash Candicoot. So it's actually funny because I was just playing Crash, like I think like a couple of weeks ago on my PlayStation Classic because I modded it. And I forgot how hard as hell the first 3 Crash games, or specifically the first 2, like, because like they require like super precise like platforming. Though I can see the appeal. Like especially Crash Warped. Like Crash Warped, I thought like actually was kind of fun, if a bit challenging. But again, it's PlayStation 1. Like it's early, it's early 3D gaming here. So
it's good to see that franchise still get some love.
Yeah, especially with the
the trilogy.
Yeah, the Insane Trilogy. I almost said Reignited, but that's Spyro.
Yes.
And like, with Crash 4. But like, man, oh hell, I'll even say this. Crash Team Racing on the PS1, I think is actually kind of cool. If a bit limited compared to Mario Kart, but still, it's pretty cool. My problem is with all those terrible fucking games that came afterwards in the 2000s.
Yeah.
Like
it had
a lot of garbage.
Yeah, had a lot of garbage that even fans admit, even they admit.
So, yeah, because of that, I unfortunately do have to put him in the mid. Because again, 3 games don't counteract like 7 other terrible ones. Although I've heard like mixed things about how, like, I've heard like some things like Twin Sanity, like some people like Twin Sanity.
Yeah, it has been like a bit of a mixed reception.
But like, that'd be cherry picking at that point. So, but yeah, no. Although, how controversial is that compared to Spyro?
Ooh.
So, I will fully admit this though. I actually did grow up with the first Spyro game. Like, and that was great. I loved it. And because I have the PlayStation Classic, I was finally able to at least, play through a little bit of the beginnings of Ripto's Rage and Year of the Dragon. And yeah, no. Like those are pretty cute. And guess what? Reignited looks fucking awesome. Looks pretty cute.
Spyro's cute.
He's adorable.
He is adorable. He's a cute little dragon. Isn't he voiced by someone like?
He's voiced by Tom Kenny.
Oh yeah,
he's voiced by SpongeBob.
No, isn't he voiced by someone like kind of famous? Yeah.
Now I will say this: from what I can tell with Spyro, it wasn't as bad of a situation with Crash, but he did suffer a similar fate in the 2000s, specifically with the Legend of Spyro games, which are still controversial to this day. Oh, and also Hero's Tale, but we don't talk about that.
Don't talk about that.
So I think I'll put Spyro. Oh, but also with fucking Spawn and Skylanders. Fuck.
It's not his fault.
I know it's not his fault. It's Activision's fault. But like, they put his name on the first game.
It's not.
Also, they made him look like a pug. So like, okay. To be fair, I don't. Okay, see Skylanders on here. Also, that's technically its own series, so thank God for that.
Serious.
So because of that, I think I'll put him just above, in the above average, but just
Yeah,
by
okay.
barely. Because there's just a few more games that I heard from people that are more consistently good. Also, again, that's coming from someone who actually fucking loves the first Spyro game, so. Yeah. Fun. Alright, let's go controversial again.
Uh,
Grand
You go.
Theft Auto.
oh, okay. Different kind of controversy. Not on our end, but on their end.
So, this one's weird again because I only played GTA's 3 and 5. So
I played 5, 4, online, GTA, yeah, I remember, San Andreas and San Andreas. I haven't played, and Chinatown Wars. I actually did play that when it was on mobile.
great
Probably still-
mobile.
Yeah,
Goodness.
I played the mobile / DS tie-in.
Oh joy.
I
Alright,
think
well, I mean,
I
okay.
think they're all that now.
I from what I played, at least with GTA 3, like, yeah, it's dated as hell, but I can respect it for basically, defining action adventure open world games.
Yeah,
Like,
it started that like genre almost.
yeah, like
could
it
argue.
yeah, like it helped pioneer that. And guess what? It's popular today. I mean, GTA 5, say what you want about its re-releases, but it's still one of the biggest games of all time.
Still has a huge fan base nearly 10 years later.
Yeah,
10 years.
Yeah, and it's still in the top 10 best-selling video game franchises. So, I guess I just need to play them a little bit more. So,
Yeah, I just need to play more of them.
I'll put it in the positive, I'll put it in the above average. So, again, this is coming from someone who's only played 2 of the games.
So not controversial after all.
Okay, but here's one that actually will be controversial for people, but I don't give a fuck. Undertale.
I'm a little tired of Undertale.
I've been fucking tired of fucking Toby Fox's stuff.
It's like fan base. Not as fan base. Well, we're excluding fan bases and such from these arguments.
Honestly,
but
I don't understand why this gravitated towards people. Like
I never got it. I respect it. I suppose, but I never quite got it myself.
Oh, I don't respect it. I'm putting it in a.
You just want to make people mad.
No, I'm being honest about my fucking takes. I don't like Fallout. I don't like Last of Us. I don't like Overwatch, and I especially fucking hated Undertale when it came out, and I still don't like it. It's trash.
You're just lying. There's no way someone could have such objectively awful taste.
Dude, I fucking everything about Undertale is exactly what I just fucking hate about because here's the thing about Undertale. It's the same and I've seen this crossover too. It's the same fan base who also just so happens to like 21 Pilots and Steven Universe. Go look up any sort of profile. I guarantee you, those are like their 3 favorite things. And again, I'm not making fun of anyone who likes that. If you like that stuff, that is completely fine. Not docking you, but
Well, that music. I haven't seen the 21 Pilots example specifically, but that kind of music and what with Steven Universe, yeah, I have seen those crossover a lot of the time,
and
I've seen huge crossovers with that shit.
But I don't know, it just kind of represents everything that I just don't like about that sort of stuff, because it's I've always found the characters to be super fucking annoying, even just outside of fan main content, just in context with the game. Also, like, I always hated the combat, like, because, like, to me, like, it just doesn't feel satisfying. Like, because, like, you know, you're dodging everything with heart or whatever.
Yeah, that little like maze shit.
And it just, I also just, always felt like the art, like, the pixel art was just a bit lazy. Like, it feels, like, flat for a 2015, like, pixel art game.
Like not simple, just uninteresting.
Yeah, it just always looked unappealing.
I got some friends who like would have your fucking head. Like, oh man. Oh my. I don't disagree with you. Like, maybe you'll like, maybe you're more sick of it than me, but I'm just not really into it. I just don't really like it that
Oh,
much.
dude,
It's not like
this to me was like what Fork and Knife was. This was like how I felt about like Epic with like Fork Knife, because like, dude, I swear to God, I could not avoid this game back in 2015. It got super fucking annoying.
why was the mod for like an Undertale fan project server for like on Discord for fucking 3 years?
I
This
don't.
was every the Undertale to me is like what fucking five like to me then was kind of like what FNAF is to me now, almost like it's just something like it's a part of like my daily like everything. Take with that what you will, I guess.
Okay, at least I can tolerate FNAF. I can't tolerate anything Undertale related. Like,
I'm just a little sick and tired of Undertale.
so yeah, no, I don't fucking care. Also, the whole fucking, like, the fact that, like, Deltarune is, like, an incomplete game, and he took, like, fucking 3 years to release the second part. I don't fucking care what anyone says. That's just him just not wanting to fucking finish the game. Just
Yeah,
straight
that's
up.
just lazy.
Yeah,
That's
like,
just lazy. That's
and
laziness.
and considering how people were dogging on, like, part 2, makes me, at least people like me, just prove our points. So, I don't fucking care. I'm tired. I'm done with Undertale shit. Like, anything like Toby Fox related, I'm just done with. Also, the music fucking sucks in these games. I don't even fucking care.
It is a hot take. Holy shit.
No, I've always hated Megalovania. Like, it always just sounded like just really shit. Like,
Megalovania is overplayed as fuck, but I'll admit there's some tracks that I actually do somewhat enjoy. But yeah, Megalovania got overplayed as like overplayed to oblivion.
so yeah, no, like, fuck this shit. Let's move on.
Oh,
You know what?
what
Let's
now?
talk about. Oh God.
Why?
Let's talk about something really dumb. Parappa the Rappa.
Gotta believe.
Want to talk about the defining game that helped push rhythm games?
This is the one.
This is the one. And you know what? The
But
music's
it's like
dumb in
fun.
this game, but it's enjoyable dumb. It's not like, you know,
It's
fucking Undertale where it's just insufferable. Like, just dumb. This one's just dumb, but it's funny.
Yeah, it's fun dumb. It's fun bad.
So, also, it's. Yeah,
It kinda
it's the
genuine-
type of bad,
genuine-
but it's the type of bad that you like to enjoy.
Yeah, it's kind of charming in its own way. Like it's genuinely kind of charming.
Yeah, and honestly, there's even just straight up tracks that I just think are like actual like fucking bops. Like, listen to the Parappa the Rappa 2 soundtrack. Like, it's actually surprisingly underrated. So, I'm gonna put this in the above average.
It's like a hot take, but maybe not hot take, but like positive, or maybe not hot take. I don't know.
Well, it's a hot
genuinely
take
shit.
because no one fucking no one outside of like people who own the PS1 knows who Parappa the Rappa is.
Valid.
So,
I guess I'm not thinking about.
I mean, dude,
outside.
there's literally a song in here By the way, this is a rated E game, right? There's literally a song in here talking about how the main character needs to take a shit.
Yeah.
I'm not joking. It's literally a song where he sings about him needing to take a shit. It's funny.
So juvenile.
Okay, but it's not like fucking Postal where it's just cringy. So
Not like Pulse.
like, and again, I don't like that type. I don't like fucking toilet humor. I hate that shit. It makes me have a gag reflex. That's the exception though, because they did it in a song. But whatever. Anyways, speaking of things that need to be in the toilet. Okay, maybe not. Okay, let's talk about Blizzard's Warcraft.
World of Warcraft. Ew.
God damn it, Blizzard! How the mighty have fallen.
Fuck Blizzard.
Well, they did make Warcraft 3, which is arguably the best RTS game ever made. Like, they do have that legacy. Also, they did help push the MMORPG genre, which did spawn in a lot of shit, but it also spawned in, like, you know, the whole idea of, like, massive online multiplayer games.
And like grinding. That was more like RuneScape, actually.
Actually, I could take Final Fantasy for grinding. But it just sucks, though, that, like, you know, we haven't had a new Warcraft game because, well, WoW exists. And also,
Dude, wow.
like, I never played WoW during its prime. I played it, like, around the time when it was, I think it was not Burning Legion. Like, around the time of their 2014 expansion, because I was just kind of curious. Like, this is post Mista Pandaria, by the way.
Huh.
Which is, like, I heard, like, basically was their worst expansion or whatever. I mean... Oh, and then I also did play, like, all three of the Warcraft, like, the original Warcraft games. Like, the RTS games. I mean, it was a defining game. Like, that being said, though, it's funny, because this actually was supposed to be a Warhammer game. So... But then, like, there was a fallout between Games Workshop and Blizzard was like, you know what, fuck you, Games Workshop, we're making our own thing. And, well, Warcraft, at least for, like, a good, like, while, was one of the biggest fantasy franchises of all time. And, you know, back in the mid-2000s, you couldn't escape hearing about Warcraft. Like,
Warcraft.
like,
I mean,
World
South
of
Park
Warcraft.
became
So,
that popular.
that being said, though, because of the fact that this game has been going on longer than, like, some people probably in this, like, chat have even been alive.
Yeah. Probably me, actually.
No, it came out in 2004, so...
Oh, well, probably some people. Like, yeah. Holy fuck.
And, like, considering that, like, from what I heard from, like, World of Warcraft fans, that, like, there's been more bad than good. Yeah, I'd have to put this in the below average. It does have that legacy with Warcraft 3. Oh, but they fucking removed Warcraft 3. Okay, you know what? I'm putting it in bad. Specifically because of that. Because they pulled in Epic Games.
Pulled in Epic.
So yeah, no, fuck Blizzard.
Fuck Blizzard.
And basically, yeah, like, the only way for you to be able to play the original Warcraft 3 instead of the shitty, like, Reforged, like, the only way for you to do that is if you pirate it. So...
Yeah, fuck Blizzard.
Yeah, fuck that. Okay. Yeah, let's get some of these other games that I've only played, like, a couple of games out of the way. Mortal Kombat, I don't particularly care about, so... Also, I heard that, like, only, like, the first 2 games, and like the last 3 games are good, so like below average.
Average.
Resident Evil. I only played the original Resident Evil and Resident Evil 4's original like release. So, but
The general consensus is, well, actually that would take a while because there's a lot of Resident Evil games.
no, general consensus is that 2, 4, 7 are the best in the series. And then
Yeah, 2.
and then 5,
2,
6, and then like a bunch of the spin-offs are the worst. So,
Yeah, 5. Most of the spin-offs are bad, and that 1, the original like is good but kind of funny bad. The remake is people still love like the GameCube remake of the first one, and 3 is kind of mixed, depending on which version of 3 you're talking about.
and
The
depending on who
original-
you ask. Like there's some people who love it, some people who hate it.
Yeah, so 3, like both the original and the remake, is mostly mixed, and yeah, like 5, like 5, 6, and a lot of the other spin-offs, people like.
Specifically
Well, 5 and
Umbrella Corps and Operation Raccoon City. I heard those 2 are dog shit.
Some of the spin-offs though tend to be mixed, like Zero and Code Veronica.
Oh,
That-
I heard
that tends
amazing
to-
things about Code Veronica.
Like, oh, okay, well,
Whatever.
Cool.
From what I've played,
Whatever.
though, I'll put it in the above average. It's kind of the same thing with how I am with Metro. I just need to play a little bit more. Though,
yeah,
this one I'm actually more excited about. Not just because of the remakes, but just because, like, I've always been kind of interested in Resident Evil. I just haven't gotten to it. It's the same thing with Metal Gear. I just haven't had the time because I've been playing other games. So, hopefully that will change.
yeah. I heard the remake for 4 is pretty good.
Oh yeah, no, I heard that. I've been hearing that it was amazing. So,
Yeah,
though
and
people hated Ada Wong's like new VA, and there was some harassment going on with that shit, and I
well,
don't-
fuck that.
well, actual fucking players who were mad at the voice actor, which is fucking stupid. Don't go after the voice actors. They're not like they don't write the script.
Was it not a good performance, or did people just not like the new voice?
They just didn't like the new voice.
Well, then they're fucking nerds.
Yeah, like just
It's a
fucking like a
fucking nerd.
game. Like if a game is good, like you don't have to fucking like nitpick. Like whatever.
And plus, they probably couldn't get the original voice actors.
Yeah, like
And even if it's a case where they just didn't consult them, that's still no reason to not ban, to harass like the other voice actor that got hired.
yeah, fuck that.
Yeah, fuck that. You're just being a fucking nerd. Like who's just resistant to any kind of change.
Okay. Forza. I like played Forza Motorsports 3, so I don't really have much to say about this other than it was just kind of whatever. So same thing with Bayonetta. I only played the first game. Though it was above average. Pretty cool. Might check it out later. Counter-Strike. So I think if this was like a month ago, I probably would have put this in below average. But I've been playing a lot of CS:GO recently, and despite the fact I don't really like one life game like death games, there is a deathmatch mode in this game, and I've been having fun in it. So I'll put this in a mid. Though Condition Zero is fucking terrible. Don't play it. Also, the first game, like Counter-Strike 1, is really hard to get into. So
Yeah, I could not get through the whole Counter-Strike thing with one hit and you're dead. Well, not one hit, but like one life type of stuff.
yeah, one life per round.
Like you're done. Like I cannot do that. I don't like waiting around, like watching other
Didn't
people play the game.
200. Yeah. Oh, Ace Attorney. Oh, I haven't played any of these games, but I'm interested in them. All right. Oh, this one's another one that's gonna be close to home for you.
Oh.
Sim City.
Ooh. I
So
haven't played as many cities though as like the regular mainline Sims franchise. But I would, because admittedly, like I've only really played 4 extensively.
that is the best in the
So,
series.
yeah, but that's like the only one I've actually really played. So I can't really say much about. I'm aware of the other ones. I believe I have played SimCity 5, which that was
Oh
not fun.
no.
Yeah, that was
Oh
not fun. Don't play SimCity 5.
yeah, don't fucking
Don't.
play SimCity 2013. A game that literally requires an always online connection.
Yeah, and always on. It's one of those games.
Yeah,
Don't play it.
fuck that.
Play 4. Play 4. Or
Hell.
get City Sky.
Or if hell, fucking play SimCity 3000. Like, yeah, that game is like is gonna be 25 years old next year, but like that one's still actually kind of fun. So you know what? I'm gonna put this above average. It only gets ruined because of the 2013 game.
Yeah, because of the 2013 game.
So that's unfortunate. Okay. Okay, yeah, let's get these like racing games out of the way. Okay. Need for Speed. I only played Need for Speed Most Wanted 2005. So
Put that in. I'd put that for like mid.
I mean, I heard that there's like a lot of the newer games are really trash. So I guess I'll put this because I mean, it was a street race game, a cop like getaway game, which is unique for racing games, but yeah, mid. Gran Turismo though, I'm actually going to put that in the great tier. I typically don't like racing games, but I had Gran Turismo 4 back on that shelf, and my god, that game is actually surprisingly really good. Like, because there's just so much customization that you have. There's so many different like races that you can do. There's like time trial races, reverse races. There's there's like the full on rallies that you can do. Like, there's so much content, like surprisingly so much content in that game. Like, it's insane. And I think I mentioned even before that I recently just got Gran Turismo's 3 and 5. Gran Turismo 5 looks fucking amazing. And that's a 13-year-old game. So, again, I'm not the biggest car person, and I'm not like the biggest, fan of racing, but you know what? Gran Turismo, you're the exception.
You're one of the good ones.
Yeah. Though I did hear that 7 sucked ass, but that's only one game, so. Yeah, alright. I have a question for you, though.
What?
How good is your computer?
It's fine enough.
Can it run Crysis?
I've never ran Crysis.
But can it run it?
Would it? I don't know. Is it a big game? I couldn't run Hitman 2, so like I guess that sets the standard for like is it like that is it at that level?
Okay, not anymore.
So
I
then, like,
mean,
if
it
you're
was
gonna-
at that level before. This was the most graphically intense game for its time. And also,
What?
It's actually a game that does surprisingly hold up a lot better than I thought it would, even though the last section kind of is just meh. Though I did hear that the sequels weren't as good. I'm gonna put this in the above average. So
So
definitely,
it's not a crisis.
huh?
So it's not a crisis.
Yeah, it wasn't a crisis of like being a shitty game. So that's fun. Yeah, you can even like like stealth around and like like cloak your like you like cloak yourself up and like sneak around enemies and shit. Though in some instances it's harder than others, but for the time, yeah, it was cool. All right, The Witcher. Okay, this one technically I haven't played either. I only played like the first 10 minutes of the first Witcher game, so that's not like really that. So I'll put this in the never played, but I'm interested in it. Manhunt, I don't care. So yeah, it's going there. Serious Sam.
Serious Sam.
Why so serious, Sam?
No, serious Sam.
From what I've gathered, only the first game is pretty much the good game.
I didn't even know there were other games.
Yeah, there's Serious Sam, the first encounter, with the second encounter, which is like an expansion, and then there's Serious Sam 2, which was really fucking weird. And then there was Serious Sam 3, which is a prequel, and then Serious Sam 4, which is a prequel to that game. So, and I heard that the series got worse after the second encounter. So, I don't know. I did really like the first game though, because it's another it's another arena shooter. So, but because of that, I think I might have from what I heard, I might have to put this in the below average.
Ooh,
So,
poor Sam. Sorry, Sam.
I'm sorry, Sam. You weren't serious enough to be a great series.
A great franchise.
All right. Diablo. Let's get this out of the way. Fuck you, Blizzard. Though I've only played Diablo 2. The original Diablo 2, not the fucking remaster. So I guess it was cool enough. I'll put it in the nah. Ooh. Okay, because of Diablo Immortal and Diablo 3's launch, I will have to put this below average.
Ooh.
Just thinking about that. Though it does get brownie points for Diablo 2, because Diablo 2 was actually fun. Heretic Hexen. Basically Raven Software's response to Doom. And I mean, I'll put it in the mid. It was fine. Just sucks that like Heretic 2 was completely different. It was like because it was another arena shooter, but then they changed it to like an action adventure game. Like without even because it was a shooter game, then they changed it to not being a shooter game. So also like Hexen 1 and 2 are super hard as hell. So yeah.
Weird.
Yeah, look it up. It's a weird series. What is that called? Is it True Crime? No. Oh, yeah, I don't know that series. Total War.
Total War.
You know what? I know I make fun of Napoleon Total War being the worst in the franchise. And like the fact that like, there's quite a few bad games, but there's plenty of good games. Medieval 2 Total War being one of my favorite games of all time, obviously warrants some credence. Also, Rome Total War is pretty good. Shogun 2, Warhammer 2. So, I'm going to put this in the above average. So, I might, like, I'm a little bit biased. I'm going to put it next to Battlefield, because, like, so it's a little bit higher. But I will have to acknowledge that, like, there are definitely some stinkers in the series. So, but there's some really damn good games, too. Some of the best strategy games you've never played.
Huh. I don't play strategy that often.
Well, then you're missing out. All right, Brothers in Arms. So these games, it's weird because I like Hell's Highway actually a lot. It plays very similarly to Rainbow Six Vegas too, which is funny. And but I do think that the story is pretty cool, and I like the whole like squad mechanic. But man, dude, like, and I'll even say this: the story in the first two games are fine, but holy shit, the game controls like fucking ass in the first two games. Like, oh my god, it's like sometimes it doesn't feel like I'm like, even when I'm close to an enemy, it doesn't feel like I'm hitting them. And considering that this is like a tactical arcade hybrid game, like it's marketed as a tactical shooter, but like it wants to play like an arcade shooter sometimes. It just doesn't work.
Not real tactical.
Yeah, and again, like, it doesn't matter how good a story is. For me, if your gameplay is terrible, I don't want to fucking play it.
Then it's gonna be hard to work with it.
Yeah, so I'm gonna have to put this in the below average. Like, if it weren't for Hell's Highway, I would put this in the bad. But thankfully, that game really does hold up the rest of the series. Which, speaking of World War II, here's the poster boy of World War II shooters, Medal of Honor.
Hold on.
So, honestly, in a weird twist of fate, Medal of Honor is in a very similar situation as its successor, Call of Duty, where it's like there's some really good games in it. Like Allied Assault and Frontline, I would say are awesome. But then you get fucking shit like Warfighter and Above and Beyond. So I think it is another sort of mid-series, just in different ways. So also, Pacific Assault was fucking terrible. Oh my god. Fucking rip-off Sergeant dude. Like, ugh. Whatever, though. Alright. Oh yeah, the Indie World War I series. This one's kind of cool. Yeah, for those who don't know, like, this is like a... They didn't give it, like, a proper title, so it's just called the World War I series. It includes games like Verdun, Tannenberg, and Isonzo. Basically, they, replicate World War I battles. And, like, a tactical shooter style. So, it's, like, you die really quick, but because you can actually populate the game with bots, like, it gets actually kind of intense, but, like, in a fun way. I guess the biggest problem is that this game, you could tell that this game lacks budget because like it's a small team working on it, which is fine, but it doesn't lead for like the best intro experience. So also just really rough textures. Like it's not a pretty game to look at, which I know World War One, but like I mean like ugly textures. So you're not getting Battlefield 1 in terms of this game's looks, that's for sure. So I will put this in a mid, because again, this one's a very niche. Very, very niche. So, yeah.
Risk of Rain. Another roguelike series that I played Risk of Rain 2 twice on here. Not a bad game, don't get me wrong, but again, because of the fact that you can die super like once you're dead, like okay, unlike most roguelikes, like basically if you die, you pretty much just die like until like the end of like the next like area. Because, you know, it's more of a cooperative roguelike. But because of that, it ends up feeling more in line with something like Counter-Strike or Rainbow Six Siege, to where you're just waiting out. And sometimes like matches, like, you know, arena matches can last up to like 5 to 10 minutes. And
Yeah, I would not be.
so
Really.
and that was really, and also like the game itself is really short, like, so I don't know, like, and also I heard the first game's terrible, so again, mid. Oh, Civilization.
Hmm.
It's the strategy game that every like hardcore like strategy game fan memes upon. Like everyone makes the whole Gandhi declares war meme. But I will admit I'm not as experienced with Civilization as I am with Total War. I mean, I have played, like, I played Civ 3, Civ 4, and then yeah, I have played Civs 3, 4, 5, and 6. And they were cool. But I just wish that there were more, like, I just wish things went faster, because, like, sometimes it can take, like, up to, like, 20 turns for you to, like, get, like, a building built. And, I don't know, that just seems way too slow for me. So, again, I am going to put this in the above average, though, simply because it was one of the games that did help revolutionize and pioneer the strategy game, like, genre as we know it, going all the way back to 1991. But I think I just prefer Total War because you get things faster in Total War. So
More quick, it's quick.
Yeah. Speaking of retro, let's go retro this time. Tetris.
Tetris.
It's fucking Tetris. Although I will say this. Whenever I was playing Tetris on my Super Nintendo, both Tetris and apparently there's a sequel called, like, there's actually a Tetris 2. Yeah, I know. That's a thing. Somehow I had fun. I don't know how to describe it. I'm not a big puzzle fan. Oh, is Tetris a puzzle game?
I think it would count as a puzzle game.
Yeah, I don't typically like puzzle games, like I mentioned earlier, but I somehow had fun. So, I guess above average? It's really weird for me to say.
For it to call it a franchise. I mean,
Yeah,
technically, yeah.
because there's like I said, there's a Tetris 2. And then there was also Tetris World on PlayStation 2 that we used to have. But my other cousins have it, so yeah, that's weird for me to say. Like
They wouldn't consider Tetris a franchise, but it is technically.
well, it's just weird for me to say because again, I don't like puzzle games, so guess it's going on here. You know what? One retro franchise I don't understand like the vast appeal for.
But
Pac-Man.
Pac-Man.
It's
I like
fucking
Pac-Man.
it's fucking Pac-Man though.
Fucking Pac-Man.
Like
I
okay,
know, but
I will say this, it was innovative in terms of arcade games, and it did, you know, it pretty much put Namco on the map, which Namco, when it comes to arcade games, are huge. And
yeah.
they even have a bunch of other franchises that they own that are pretty big nowadays, like including Soul Calibur, Tekken. Also, after the merging with Bandai, they own a little franchise. I don't know if you heard of it, called Dark Souls.
Oh,
Yeah.
I don't really. Yeah, it's small. Didn't really.
So,
What's
but like it's fucking Pac-Man. Also, there are some fucking trash games that they released on the NES and the Super Nintendo, and like even the fucking PlayStation 1 and 2. So I'm putting this shit in like, okay, because I just reminded myself of fucking Pac-Man and the Ghostly Adventures. I know that's not related, but they made a game tie-in with that. I'm putting this in bad. Specifically because of that game tie-in. You can't do that. You can't do that. How the hell is Perfect Dark a franchise?
Perfect Dark?
This was another game I just kind of was whatever with. So, yeah. All right. Oh, I haven't. Okay, I haven't played Armored Core. I'm interested in that though. Oh, Sniper Elite.
Oh,
Let's bring things more positive route. And you know what? Sniper Elite is actually pretty cool. So, yeah, because it's like a third-person stealth tactical hybrid game. Where you get to see a bunch of like what your like bullet wounds do. And you know what? It's
yeah.
actually pretty cool.
Guts and the testicles and all that shit.
Yeah, you can like, you know, see like the
You can
guys' like
balls off.
brains get blown off and shit. Like it's actually insane. And honestly, I will say this. Like Sniper Elite 3 and 4 specifically are so damn fun. And even from what I heard with 5 and like 2's remaster, like they're awesome. So you know what? I'm gonna put this in. Nah, fuck it. I'm putting it in great. I like Sniper Elite. It's cool. It's like if it's like if Hitman met like Splinter Cell and they decided to go to World War II. That's basically what it is.
To shoot the testicles off of very bad people. How
Exactly.
could it not be?
It's great. Excuse me. All right, Dead Space.
Ooh,
So,
I feel like
huh?
because we got like 1 and 2, which are both really great games.
And
but
the
then you got
remake.
and the remake, which I've heard great things about. But then you got 3.
Damn.
Uh,
You know what? I think because of the remake, that helped. That brought balance to the Force. So because of that, I'm putting that in great as well. I still think Silent Hill, in terms of horror games, Silent Hill is better. But like, Dead Space 1, especially, is fucking creepy as hell. And from what I heard with Dead Space 2, that game is pretty good as well. And even like the remake. So it just depends on how you feel about Dead Space 3.
I didn't particularly like it, but I would still put it in the good category.
Well, then there you go.
Sadly, I got murdered by EA. but the remake has some. Gives some.
Yeah, and then they got revived by EA.
Yeah, the guy gives some.
So, all right. Okay. All right, Borderlands. This is going to be a weird conversation.
Tales from the Borderlands was alright.
Yeah, but that was a spin-off. What about like mainline games?
Mainline, I just didn't really care for it, and I'm not a huge fan of its like sense of humor and style. It's just a little too obnoxious for my taste.
Yeah, I got the Handsome collection for like $5 on Steam, which includes Borderlands 2 and the pre-sequel. I still think the pre-sequel's a dumb name. So like, and like Borderlands 2 wasn't bad. It just got it got way too grindy for me. Because like it's a looter shooter.
I don't like games.
Yeah, like
I don't find it satisfying because all the rewards you get are very consequential.
I mean, I will say this, there's some like really cool there's some like funny things in the game, like for example, like badass rank. I just think that's just a funny term. And like Handsome Jack is a cool villain, but like I just feel like over time it just gets super fucking repetitive for me. Especially if you if you want to like grind for levels and like get better gear. So not a terrible franchise, but I am gonna put this in mid. I have to be in a very specific mood if I want to play Borderlands. So yeah. Also, the fact that this is Gearbox's best franchise really does showcase how overrated Gearbox is as a company. Like, because there's some people who are fucking Gearbox diehards, and it's like, dude,
I on those hills.
if this is their best series, I don't know.
Yeah. Like that's your best. You're not bad, but I'm not dying on that. You're not ride or die.
Okay. Final Fantasy. So I've only played Final Fantasies 1, 2, 4, 6 now, 7, 9, a little bit, yeah, 12, and then a little bit of 13 and 14. I know there's some stinkers in there. Let's not forget about Final Fantasy 13 and Final Fantasy 14's launch. And hell, a lot of people didn't like, yeah, like Final Fantasy 2 itself was also just kind of, but I have to give credit where credit is due. It pretty much defined what our like role-playing games are. And you know, considering that this is an anthology series, like you can pick up whatever game you want without playing the previous games. And you know, like the mechanics that were brought to the table, you know what? I'm actually gonna put this in the great tier. Like, because like there's like even just like you know taking into account like you know Final Fantasy VII with Cloud and Sephiroth and like all that stuff, like that alone would already warrant it being like pretty good. But then when you add on top of it, like I said, this series helped define role playing games. For better or for worse, you can obviously argue that. But like, you know, just having that and then also really putting Square Enix on the map in terms of just what they were like able to like accomplish for the past 35 plus years. And even introducing, you know, like you know, that turn-based style of combat that we would see in a bunch of strategy games, like really does showcase just how like influential, iconic,
and frankly, just how beloved this franchise is. Like, it really did push just fantasy games as a whole into like the limelight, which is funny because this was supposed to be Square Enix's last game, or Square's last game.
A Final Fantasy.
Well, yeah, because they were doing really terribly in the mid '80s, and then they released this, and it got them out of bankruptcy because it sold so well. And if like, granted, I know Square Enix is in a pretty bad spot now. Also, all I can really say is that like, please don't fuck up Final Fantasy 16, please. Like, it's going back to your roots of it being a fantasy series, and please just don't fuck it up. I don't want another Square Enix disaster, which have been very commonplace in recent years. Speaking of Square, Kingdom Hearts.
Ooh. I don't know how to feel about this one.
So Sai is a huge Kingdom Hearts fan. Like, this is one of his favorite games of all time. I didn't grow up with any of the games. Also, to be fair, I didn't actually really play them. So like, I guess technically this is never played. I only played like the first beginning, like 20 minutes of like the first game. Though I am somewhat interested in it, but I'm very cautious about it because I know, like fucking Legend of Zelda, which we'll get to that later, the lore is a fucking mess. So, yeah. But I'm interested in it. I just need to fucking watch all the guides. So, yeah, that's gonna be interesting. Ooh. Saints Row.
Oh.
I love how they have the new logo, by the way. Not even using the old logo.
The one from the fucking...
Actually, I don't think I've actually... Yeah, I haven't even played a Saints Row game either. So... Although I'm interested in playing 2 and 3. So...
Yeah, I haven't played a Saints Row game either, but I just... Saints Row 2023... Not 2023, 2022.
Yeah, that one's the one to avoid.
Yeah, that was one of those like fascinatingly bad games. Like, it's so bad that you can't help but kind of like read into it.
Yeah, I have no intention of playing the 2022 game. I'm more interested in all, like, basically 2, 3, and 4. 1 is an Xbox 360 exclusive. I'll just probably have to hunt a copy of that. So, but yeah, like, this was GTA's first big competitor. Let's hope it's actually somewhat competent.
Oh no. If the most recent game is anything to go by.
No, I heard that like Saints Row 2022 has like it was a complete like butchering of like the previous games.
Yeah, it is not. It is. I think that might have like they've lost their place as a competitor to GTA because of that.
Great.
That's how most people have seen it, and I would agree with them. Like, that's how bad that game
I guess
was.
I was just talking about like all the games from before that. I was talking about like Saints Row 2 versus like GTA 4.
Oh, they could have competed, and they kind of did for a little bit. But as it stands right now, Rockstar is they're still the kings of that kingdom. They're still the rulers of that kingdom.
But watch _dogs.
Watch _dogs. Okay, but Legion sucked.
But 2 was great.
2 was great, and 1 is like okay.
So where does it go?
Where does it go? I don't know.
Is it mid?
Maybe a high mid? Because you got to acknowledge every game, not just one game. And one game can't save a franchise.
Well, okay, Watch Dogs 1 was fun. Like, was actually cool.
Yeah, like, it was alright. Like, Watch Dogs 1, I've heard, was, like, pretty okay. Just people were pretty slighted by...
The Ubisoft downgrade. Everyone fucking, like, made memes about that shit.
Yeah, and rightfully so. But at the end of the end of the day, I'm told, like, if you just look at the game on its own, like, without all the trailers, like, it's still, like, fine from what I hear.
Yeah, I actually played I remember I played a lot, like a lot of Watch Dogs 1 and 2 on YouTube back in like whenever like, you know, those like Watch Dogs 2 was still new. And yeah, I had plenty of fun in it. So but yeah, because of Legion, I have to put it in mid.
Yeah, that would probably be the best option for it.
All right, Fear. First Fear game is actually pretty good. Not gonna lie. I've heard mixed things about 2 and 3 though. And I heard awful things about like the online spinoff, but that game's gone, so, you know, not relevant anymore. So I guess I'll put this in the above average. Because Fear 1 is so fucking creepy. Like, for a first person shooter game, this game is actually, like, insane with its, like, horror. And has some really cool, like, bullet time, like, effects. Which I find pretty fun. Though, the second expansion for the game, Perseus Mandate, is terrible. Like, I wouldn't advise playing that. Just play the base game and the first expansion, which I can't think of the name of shit, but whatever. It's alright. Alright, Prey. I guess
Right.
this one's weird because technically it's two completely different games. There's the 2006 game and then there's the 2017 game, both having nothing to do with each other. Though it's weird because like I played the 2006 game and it was actually kind of cool. And then I played a little bit of the 2017 game, not as much, but I heard really good things about both of them. So you know what? I'm putting in the great. So the first game is so fucked. Like the 2006 game is so fucked up too. Like Jesus Christ. It's just the whole like Doom 3 Quake 4 thing. Where it just puts you into the like action, but like fucked up imagery. But yeah, no, it's cool. Alright, what else? Speaking of fucked up imagery, let's talk about... Well, actually, you know what? Okay. We'll do both of these. Alone in the Dark.
Alone in the Dark.
The first survival horror series. So, let's be real here. The first 3 games have not aged well, but they were innovative for their time. And then there was the new Nightmare, which was kind of spooky, kind of taking some cues from Resident Evil 2 and 3. Because, I mean, what else can you really do when, like, when you innovative, but, you know, Resident Evil took what you did. Just take cues from your other competitors, I guess.
Yeah.
But then we've got the 2008 Alone in the Dark and Alone in the Dark Illumination. Both of which were dog shit. But
the remake that's coming out real soon, I'm excited for. And I hope that it lives up to the hype because holy shit, it looks good. But if we have to judge it based off of what's here. And unfortunately, I have to put this in the below average. It helped innovate, but unlike something like Wolfenstein, where I think Wolfenstein 3D has aged way better than people give it credit.
Didn't really survive into the modern day.
Yeah, like Alone in the Dark, it's just flat out not scary anymore. And that's a shame. But thankfully that's what the remake is for, is to make the first game actually fucking terrifying again. So, excited for that. And then on the other hand, in terms of survival horror, we got Clock Tower. Which, I mean, I will fully admit, I actually did play... Yeah, I played the Super Nintendo and the PlayStation 1 games. Yeah, like, I know JonTron did the fucking video on Clock Tower, but, like, a lot of the stuff that he did was out of context, and if you actually played this on the Super Nintendo, there's some fucking creepy shit that happens. Like, granted, it is a bit slow. And then, yeah, the PS1 game, oh my god. Like, granted, not as scary as Silent Hill, but like it did push forward survival horror games being inspired by Japanese horror. So like Clock Tower walked so Silent Hill could run. That being said though, I think I will put this in the is this above average or is this meh?
I don't know if I want to go as far as to say meh. But
I'll put it in the above average. I think it's aged better than Alone in the Dark. But rest assured that it is deeply flawed. Do keep that in mind.
I think that's the thing, like, it's pretty flawed. Why you're still indecisive.
So, well, considering that Clock Tower on PS1 was kind of creepy, that I'll give it the above average. Again, it walked so Silent Hill could run. And I have to give credit with that. Like, speaking of walking and running, Prince of Persia. So, I know I recently played through Prince of Persia 2008, and I said that game was mid as hell with a terrible fucking expansion. But let's keep in mind, Sands of Time, Warrior Within, although I'm kind of in the minority on that one. I actually like Warrior Within, but whatever. Two Thrones and Forgotten Sands, at least from what I can tell. Those are really good. And hell, I'll even say this. Like, yeah, like the first two Prince of Persia games, like from the late 80s and like early 90s, like, yeah, like those are definitely gameplay things that I would fucking hate. In terms of just rotoscope and like animation put into video games, the technology is actually really impressive. And I can definitely see that for their time, and how even nowadays, if you want like a really like good like time trial challenge, yeah, no, those are really good. Just sucks that Prince of Persia 2008 was just kind of eh. And let's not even get started with fucking 1999 Prince of Persia 3D. That game's fucking terrible. So, above average is where you'll go.
Good for you, Prince of Persia.
God damn it. Okay. Devil May Cry.
Oh.
I've only played the first game, but the first game's fucking awesome. I also have really good things about the third. Actually, basically any game except for 2.
Anything
And the
Well, what about
2013 game. We don't talk about that.
2013 remake?
No, it's not a remake. It's a retelling. It's like it's a reimagining. Different universe. But
Not canon.
yeah, it's not canon. Except actually this time it's not.
Yeah, like it's not a joke. It's a not canon.
So in that case, you know what? I'll put this in the great. Because it's only just one just really bad game, like right after the first Devil May Cry, and then people just didn't like the story, but they loved the gameplay of the 2013 game. So works out. Yeah, I know. I need to catch up on that shit, but you know, whatever. Okay, how have I not put down Street Fighter on here? I don't care. I don't care for fighting games. Elder Scrolls. Oh joy. Okay. So I will admit Oblivion is actually pretty fun. Or at least it can be. Yeah, I know you can fucking meme about the fact that like everyone looks so fucking weird in the game and the whole stop, you violated the law thing, like, but in terms of RPGs, it's a solid one. And I'll even say this, as much as we can meme about how just how many re-releases of Skyrim there are, like, it's popular for a reason, specifically because of, you know, the amount of like, you know, stuff you can do in the game. Like you can literally just, similar to like, you know, some of the Fallout games, you can literally just, you know, change the course of the entire game through your actions. And you've got so many spells that you can use. You can go to like a ton of different areas. And, you know, having like those dragon bosses can be fun. And just the amount of content that you get in that game is so vast. It's just a damn shame that they keep re-releasing it. Like, just release Elder Scrolls 6. God damn it. But honestly, every game from Oblivion back has aged pretty bad, especially fucking Morrowind's combat. I don't fucking get why people defend that shit. Like, it's, again, if the combat sucks, I don't like it.
It's such a silly game.
Yeah, well, because it's based off of random chance. Like, and it's a 3D game where you're meleeing someone, but you get a chance to hit them.
Yeah, like that. How does that make sense?
Like, it's fucking weird. Like, granted, like, the world building in Morrowind is fucking awesome, though. I'll give it that. Like, it's a very unique looking game. Because it has, like, a lot of... It has, like, some, like, Aztecian, like, and Mayan influence. Like, with some, like, Mesopotamian influence. Mixed with a lot of, like, fungi, like, plants and, like, larvae, like, bugs and shit. Like, it's a very unique looking open world RPG. That's for damn sure. I just wish the combat was way better. Or that they actually like did a remake of that game as opposed to fucking re-releasing Skyrim. If you want to re-release a new game, like a re-release like one of your games, fucking re-release Morrowind. That's the game that deserves it the most. And then yeah, don't even get me fucking started on just how you fucking play the original games. Like, again, innovative for their time, but they aged pretty poorly. So Elder Scrolls is mid. It is what it is, though. Alright. I'll do 3 more, and then I need to take a piss, so... Alright, Castlevania.
I am gonna put Castlevania in the great tier. It's a challenging game, but it's kind of like in a lot of ways. This is kind of the predecessor to what Dark Souls would become. Like, I know fucking Dark Souls comparisons are lame, but like in this particular case, it's warranted because of the aesthetics and just how fucking hard Castlevania's like gameplay is, or at least like the original games. Because you can die in like 3 hits, which is insane. So, but like honestly though, I think the world building is really cool. Enemy designs are cool. Again, the gameplay is hard, but it's still fun to play, even if, you know, the early games can get a bit annoying. And hell, Symphony of the Night, I think, is actually pretty fun. So it just sucks that like the last game was Lords of Shadows 2 on the PlayStation 3. And Konami has just become allergic to it. Because like I feel like there could be just so many more stories that they could tell, but guess not anymore. Well, unless if you count the TV show, which I mentioned earlier, which is great, but still. Alright, Oddworld. Fucking
Ooh.
depressing as hell series.
A game my mom liked for like whatever reason. She doesn't normally like video games. It's just kind of funny, but yeah, a depressing game nonetheless. I'm saying that's a bad thing. Just like
Oh yeah, no, like in terms of just honestly, this game in a lot of similar ways to like the early Prince of Persia games from like the late 80s and early 90s. Like this game has like they're both like called cinematic platformers, meaning that like they have a lot of like, you know, like there's a lot more like technical stuff that goes in between like going from like place to place, and like there's a lot of like smooth animations. And this game can be challenging as hell, but because, you know, it's also technically a stealth game. Honestly, like it's pretty enjoyable. And also like Stranger's Wrath, the spin-off game, I think looks really cool. So yeah, no, like this one's weird though, cuz again, I haven't played any of the other games. I haven't played Abe's Odyssey. And I heard really good things about Abe's Exodus and Stranger's Wrath and the Abe's Odyssey remake from 2015. But I heard Soulstorm was underwhelming, and I heard that Munchie's Odyssey was just a weird experiment that just failed. So I'll put this in the above average. All right.
because weren't they making a new Oddworld game?
I mean, well, they already made it a couple of years ago, unless if they planned a new one.
It was a couple years ago when I heard about it.
Yeah,
I heard like
probably already released it.
I heard no one talk about it.
Yeah, because it got lukewarm reception. Oh, I haven't played Little Big Planet. Okay. Guess interested, but whatever. All right, I'm gonna go to the restroom. I'll be right back. All right, Golden Wings, let's get this shit off the road.
No one fucking calls me that anymore. No one fucking calls me that.
Today was the day of change. Anyways,
that is like that's a part of like my past. All right, like
valid.
that's like my past. You can't do that.
I just did. Anyways. Rage.
honestly kind of bad.
I never really saw the appeal in Rage like at all.
It was a big deal because this was the first id Software game in like 7 years. But it's so goddamn boring. And it didn't help that Rage 2 was also just so fucking... bleh.
Yeah, like just weird.
So, I mean, there's some cool ideas here and there, but it doesn't satisfy. So, no thanks.
I feel like the Mad Max game would have been a better option.
Okay, I have no idea what this R is, so... Alright, well, I mean, I think I've been holding out the inevitable. Let's talk Nintendo.
Mario Brothers.
Huh?
Super Mario Brothers.
Okay. Let's talk Mario.
Let's talk Mario.
I have been accused of being someone who was a Mario hater in the past.
Mario. In light of recent allegations.
Oh no, these are like years ago.
In light of not so recent allegations.
And I will fully admit, Mario is still not my favorite franchise. Like, at all. The fact that like a lot of the games haven't really changed all that much since Super Mario 64, yet they get highly praised, I find really, really inexcusable. And also the fact that, like, you know, there's so many games that are just very just samey. Like,
Liked the Sonic characters more anyway.
well, I wouldn't go that far, but like, and also, honestly, I just never really liked the actual like aesthetics of Mario. Like, I know it's cartoony, which if that's your thing, that is completely fine, but I never vibed with this sort of like thing. Like, I know he's the poster boy of video games. Like, when you think of video game, you think of Mario.
You think of like a video game character?
Like, and here's the thing, I will say this. I actually do get the appeal of like the early games, specifically Super Mario Brothers 1 and 3.
Yeah, 1 and 3 were great. No one really talks about 2 though, which is kind of funny.
Well, it's because it was a completely different game. Like, it was originally like, it's two completely different games. There's the Japanese version, which basically played exactly like the first Super Mario Brothers, and then but that didn't arrive in the US until much later. And so what they got in their place was the American or the US / the international release of Super Mario Brothers 2. So,
It's like the Famicom version and like the NES version.
yes. And so yeah, and then I will admit this, Super Mario World can be fun as well. But that's the thing. I think Mario really only worked when he was in like 2D. Not to say that Super Mario 64 didn't work and it wasn't like, you know, a big thing. Like, I definitely do recognize that. But I don't know, I just feel like in terms of 3D platforming, it would be done way better, especially with Spyro. I know that came out after, but still.
What about like Sunshine and Galaxy? Like, those are great games.
Okay, no one outside of like Nintendo fan bases talk about Sunshine. And like, I hate to break it to you, but like Super Mario Galaxy wasn't the first game to like, you know, have platforming on like giant spears. You know what game did that first?
What?
Ratchet and Clank. 4 years prior.
Well, no one's saying it did it first. Just fucking saying like it's a good example of such.
I don't know. Like again, like I just can't fucking stand the fucking look. It's just like, granted, I will put this in the mid. I'm not putting this in bad. But like, there's just so many fucking games that just end up feeling super samey. At least for me. And if you like Mario, I'm not gonna fucking knock you, but like, don't pretend this is like the best video game series of all time. And also, like, I don't fucking care what people say. Like, Bowser is a fucking lame villain.
I like Bowser. He's a good dad.
I mean, a good dad. He's one of the lamest fucking villains ever. Like, I know, like,
He's a good dad. He's just trying to kidnap Princess Peach because he wants a mother for his children, most of whom are adopted.
that's the actual reason.
In most iterations, yeah. He wants.
He's
like, he
still
wants to revive his
kidnapping.
children.
He's still kidnapping someone, though. That's a horrible thing.
Okay, well then you could go with the theory that it's all some weird like sexual role play.
Yeah,
Consensually done, but
yeah, no,
Bowser.
fuck that. So yeah, no. I'm sorry. I don't. If I wanted to play a 3D platformer, there's just better alternatives. However, in terms of the 2D platforming thing, yeah, no, I can see why. So that's why it's here. All right, Zelda. I will say this. I like Zelda way more than Mario. Granted, I'm still learning a little bit because, again, I didn't grow up with, like, many Zelda games, like, if any. So, like, I missed out on so much shit, unfortunately. But guess what? Zelda, yeah, Legend of Zelda and Zelda 2 Link's Awakening, I thought were pretty cool. Hell, I'll even say this. Link to the Past, and even, like, the concepts that were in Ocarina of Time, I thought were pretty cool. And, like, just for it being, like, a bit more unique compared to other fantasy games, I gotta give credit. So, you know what? This may sound weird, but this is probably the only Nintendo property I'm gonna put in the great. So, it does get knocked down for, like, Skyward Sword and, like, you know, some of the, like, 3DS releases, but...
Well, you win this time, Nintendo.
Well, yeah, because the
Yes.
next game we have to talk about is fucking Pokemon.
I love like the designs of a lot of the Pokemon. I love I love that. I think some of them are pretty cute, even though I understand that there's some really goofy ones as well. Although it's just a game series, and I guess like by that extension, like an anime that I just never really was much into. But I understand. I see the appeal to it, and then like I acknowledge that.
Yeah, here's my thing. Again, if you like Pokemon, I'm not gonna knock you. However, the Act Man himself said it best. Pokemon is a series that is older than Call of Duty and has seen less innovation than Call of Duty. I've played Pokemon Red and Blue. I played Gold and Silver. I played Black and White. And Black and White X and Y. Or Pokemon X and Pokemon Y. And, like, they were, like, it was the same gameplay. Which, I mean, yeah, like, you know, you're fighting with Pokemon or whatever, but, like, you use the same strategies with a lot of the same Pokemon over and over and over again. And also, like, you're fighting a lot, like, a lot of like the enemies that you encounter are like the same enemy. Okay, to be fair, that is an RPG thing. That's not a specific Pokemon thing. Final Fantasy did that too. But the difference is that Pokemon just isn't really like, my biggest thing is that it's really not that challenging of a game as a whole. Which, admittedly, that's one of the reasons why it's popular. Not that that's a bad thing, but like,
It's easy.
yeah, it's easy to pick up,
Yeah.
which is fine, but that shouldn't be like and this is coming from someone who likes easy games. Like, it just feels like it's a bit too easy. Like, you know? Like, it's a bit too on like
It's too much of a cakewalk.
yeah.
It's just a little bit of like thought you had to put into it. Maybe not necessarily a challenge, but at least like you wish you could be like be put on your toes a little bit more.
Yeah,
Just to pay
and
attention.
that's
a
why I
game
like
where-
that's why I like Final Fantasy way fucking more, because you actually have to strategize. And since you actually use, 4 characters in Final Fantasy, you have to coordinate between your 4 characters. But with Pokemon, you only have like one Pokemon, and you either spam attack, and if you get too low of health, you then like heal them with like whatever thing you use, and then rinse and repeat until it eventually dies, and then you use another thing. Like, it's just spam attacks, essentially. And that's not fun. So if I wasn't already dead, like after all these other ones, this one's gonna fucking kill me.
Here, you're the most wanted man this side of the Mississippi. Like,
I rest
you
my
are-
case. I rest my case.
Gotta catch 'em all.
Alright, Metroid. Metroid's alright.
Getting all the Nintendo stuff out of the way.
Yeah, I'm getting like the main Nintendo stuff. So, Metroid. It was alright. Because, yeah, I played Metroid and Super Metroid. Though Super Metroid is way fucking better than the original. But again, like, it's... I'll put it in the above average. There's some cool things about that. I might check out, like, some of the other entries, but... I still stand by that Metroid Prime, though, is overrated as fuck, though. Like, Halo all the way. Don't at me.
I don't think many people would disagree with that assessment.
All
I could see
diehard Nintendo fans would disagree with that, but,
They had like a time with diehard Halo fans, so it's like an equal power dynamic.
Alright, anyways. Donkey Kong. I mean...
I played Donkey Tree on the Wii, that was alright.
Yeah, I played the original Donkey Kong Country and Donkey Kong Country 2.
Initially a Rareware game.
Yeah, a rare time when they actually make a fucking decent game. Put it here. Again, it's not my aesthetic, like, appeal, so.
Same.
Kirby. Don't even get me fucking started with Kirby.
Kirby.
No. It's too happy. To the point where it's kind of creepy.
Sad bastard.
I like my sad media. Okay, I'm slightly... I'm sorry. I just fucking can't stand this shit. Like...
I want to be sad.
Like... I don't know. I played the original, like, game, and... It just... Again, I hate the fucking aesthetics of the game. Like, again... Like I mentioned with Binding of Isaac... If it's a game, I don't even like the aesthetics of the game.
I'm not gonna care. It's like the gameplay. Like if I can't control it well, I'm not gonna play it. In this case, I don't like the fucking look of the game. So
I mean, I'm kind of when it comes to a lot of aesthetics, if it's something that just looks on, I call me superficial, but sometimes if it's like a vibe that I just don't see myself being interested in it or just don't like, then that's a bit of an issue.
okay,
For me,
granted,
at
I don't
least.
hate Kirby as much as Pokemon, so I'm gonna put this in the below average. But
For y'all,
still,
Kirby could be something that I wouldn't mind playing. The aesthetic doesn't turn me off because I like it when things are happy. Even though I'm
I'm
also
not one of those people though.
I'm not like overtly positive. I'm the cynic of the group, you know that. Even rivaling some of the greats. Like, I don't know. Just think of any notable pessimist, I guess.
Aiden Pierce from Watch Dogs.
Here. Well, I was thinking like real life people.
Damn it, I don't know. Uh, anyways, Star Fox.
Star Fox.
I mean,
Ooh.
again, this is another case where it's like only like I heard only like 2 games were good.
A couple of them are good and it kind of lives off of its own legacy, kind of.
Yeah, it's a Crash Bandicoot situation. So,
I
except
guess
this time, I think it's a below average.
I guess it also lives off of like Fox and Wolf being in Smash.
Well, yeah, that too.
Which is kind of I don't know if I want to say it's lame because I do find it kind of fascinating when characters from other pieces of media are able to like make it on their own or become even more famous on like other than the media they're not like meant to be attached to. There's
Ye-
something kind of fascinating about that I have. Like how some payday characters are like that sometimes
yeah, it's
from
weird.
different pieces. But that doesn't really that might more further reflect the franchise they come from though being not that like
Not that
amazing.
yeah. Which, speaking of, Fire Emblem, the franchise that's known for like just oversaturating Smash's library of characters.
A bunch of like generic anime fantasy characters.
I mean, to be fair, like it,
threw
I actually did play a few Fire Emblem games,
I just
and
threw a lot of shit, didn't I?
yes, you did.
I just said oh boy, damn. But anyway,
What?
so
No, it's funny. But anyways, I did play this. I'll give it the I'll give it mid. I just need to play a little bit more, like some of the other games, to see if it's like, because I played the original games on from like the NES, and I even played the Super Nintendo's remake of the first game, and because it's like it's a strategy tactics game, so
like a turn-based type of thing.
yes, so it's
I got it.
interesting, but again, I need to do a little bit more research.
I don't like turn-based strategy games. That's why I'm not into things like Final Fantasy either. Because I just don't like that style of gameplay. It's like battle royale games, where just like it's not a genre that I just enjoy playing.
All right, Animal Crossing.
Now that's a game I actually do want to pick up eventually.
I have not played a single Animal Crossing game.
Neither have I, but
I don't know if I would want to play it or not though, because it just
I could see it as a vibe that I could really get down with.
hmm. Well, it's like other than New Horizons as well. Like these games are fucking hard to get. Like try getting
Really.
like any like like any of the games like from before New Horizons. You can't.
Well, Nintendo recently. shutting down. That might be shut.
Yeah, like that's shitty.
Nintendo doesn't have a good track record when it comes to preserving their games.
Yeah, they're the fucking worst when it comes to that. They're like
Especially
they're allergic to game preservation. Fine, I guess I'll put it on list of games that like I'll check out at some point. What's the harm in that?
yeah, it's Animal Crossing. I
But it
would
looks too
always-
happy that we already know. I don't like happy. I like sad.
Like, you don't like happiness. You don't like happiness. Well, excuse me for wanting to be happy.
All right, F-Zero. It's
It's a 0.
people only know about this because of Falcon. So, and I did play the Super Nintendo game, and it was whatever. But that's pretty much it. No one really talks about any of the other games, so because of that, I'm gonna put this in below average. Kid Icarus.
Icarus.
Only
The
2 games. One of which was whatever. The other which is part of my 95% like NES games being terrible. So I hate to break it to you guys, but it's a bad series. Sorry.
He is a pretty easy character to play as in Smash, though.
Alright, Advance Wars.
Almost thought you'd said Advanced Warfare. I was like, what?
No.
Yeah, please don't.
Yeah, fuck that game.
Please don't.
Thankfully, Advance Wars, it's another strategy game, though it's a very, very, very simple strategy game. I'll put mid. Actually, I actually prefer the Super Famicom Wars, because like
Ooh.
because the advance, for those who don't know, the series actually started on the NES, but it was only in Japan. It wouldn't be until like the first Advance Wars on Game Boy Advance where it would finally have like an American like an international audience. I actually prefer the Super Nintendo Famicom version of the game instead of like, you know, the multiplayer centric Advance Wars, but you know, it is what it is. All right, we are getting close to the end, thankfully. So, all right, let's get through these. Siphon Filter. I'll put this in the mid because I like the first game, but it is very, very flawed and it has terrible cutscenes. Like,
Sight filter, isn't that what you do to like your car?
I get maybe, I don't know, but whatever. It's funny as like the cutscenes are funny as hell. So, like they're bad. They're bad, but they're funny bad. So, and also like one of the earliest examples of like a third person shooter game in general, which is very interesting, or at least 3D. So, all right, Contra.
Ooh, that's a hard one.
Honestly, I only heard like the first 2 Contra games are worth noting. So, or first 3, if you're, yeah, because there's Contra, then there's Super Contra, then there's Contra 3. Those are the 3 games that are worth keeping around. Everything else I heard was garbage, so. And that sucks, because Contra 1 was really fun.
Really hard, but really fun.
Yeah. Well, unless you put in the Konami code.
Up, down, left, right, A, B, A, B, A.
Hey, you got it.
Oh, okay, good.
Okay,
It's a
I don't know, I'm just... Damn,
Oh.
Alright, Max Payne.
Ooh.
I'm gonna maximize this pain, because guess what?
Fine.
This is actually pretty cool.
Good franchise. Even 3. I know people have mixed things about 3. I think 3 is still pretty solid.
Yeah, it's a pretty alright series. I recommend. I also recommend Age of Empires. It's another great series. Especially Age of Empires 2. And and even from what I played with 4, that looked pretty cool. I know people had problems with 3, but I thought 3 was fine. So, it's a great series. Nothing better than, well, okay, maybe there's a few things that, well, there's things better than, obviously, but like, great RTS series. Great RTS. Dragon Quest. I'm going to put this one in the above average, but it's in a similar category with Final Fantasy, where it's one of the first RPG game series ever made, and there's a good reason why, people still talk about it. Though, I just prefer Final Fantasy's combat, which is why, Final Fantasy is in the great category, so. But yeah, other than that, yeah, it's pretty fine. Tomb Raider. Honestly, like, yeah, the tank I know the game can be a bit awkward, but I actually prefer to play the game on consoles post PC, because I actually do have the PC version of the game, and it's super awkward to control. I actually find it to be much easier on my PlayStation Classic to play the original games. So if you want to play the first 5 Tomb Raider games, go get a PlayStation Classic and like put them on there, or just get the PlayStation 1 and just hunt down all the games.
Local game store today.
Yeah, the only bad game I can think of in the series is Angel of Darkness. If that's the case, that's a really good track record.
That's pretty consistently good.
So, yeah, no. Great. But then the great series, or great category.
The great tier.
So, again, I wouldn't put this in masterpiece, because I just need to play them a little bit more, because I didn't grow up with Tomb Raider, unfortunately.
Yeah.
So, but
it's like an emotional attachment.
Yeah, like Masterpiece. Well, Masterpiece are games that, like, not only do I fucking love, but also there's like no franchises that I love, but also they don't have bad games. So, or at least they don't have games that I like actively dislike.
That you personally don't like.
That's why, like, Halo is in the great tier as opposed to Masterpiece, because there are a few games I don't like. Or Ratchet and Clank.
This is all subjective, remember. I know we talk about objective like viewpoints when we think about things, but that's just how our the thought process works.
Yeah, like, again, like, if you love everything that's in the Amnesia series, like, that's totally fine. It's just, for me personally, there's a lot of mix. So, Bravely Default. Not played that, nor do I care. Klonoa. Wait, did I play? Oh yeah, no, I did play this.
The Dream Warrior or whatever the hell he is.
Yeah, you know what? I'll put him in the above average. I typically don't like cutesy looking things, but this one, even this thing got me. So, and yeah, like I played the PS1 game, and it's pretty fire. And I heard that the second game is also pretty good. They actually, I think, recently remastered both the games and put them on Steam. So, yeah, it's the Fantasy Reviewers. Reverie, yeah. So that's cool. You can play the games on Steam now.
Ooh, that's a rare. No, it's not Nintendo. It's someone else.
Yeah, no, it's Namco.
Namco.
Yeah, it's Bandai Namco. All right, let's go. Let's get a meme series out of the way. Bloons Tower Defense.
Bloons Tower Defense. The game you play like at school when you don't want to do your work. What that is, I'm not wrong.
You're not wrong. That's why it's funny.
Yeah, it's what you play when like you're in the computer lab at school. And you don't really want to do the work, and you could put it off for today. So you play fucking like Bloons Tower Defense or something else. Or like the world's hardest game. Or Snake.
Yeah, it's pretty mid. It's just a time waster.
I don't understand like tower defense games.
Well,
I'm
okay.
completely honest.
The appeal is basically just being able to see how long you're able to last with like your defenses.
I can think about the better ways to do that. Why not like COD Zombies or something like that?
Us kiddies had to figure out our fun somehow without downloading a game.
Yeah,
Okay,
There
but
was
in all
another
seriousness though, yeah, like it's fucking Bloons Tower Defense. Like,
tower defense. I don't think anyone's gonna be dying on that hill.
yeah, like it's a fucking Flash game. And like Flash games are like 99% of Flash games are fucking terrible. So but whatever. All right. Oh god, Ghosts and Ghouls. Oh god. No. No. Bad. I don't care. Like, I know the game is purposely challenging, but like this game is way too fucking challenging for its own good. Like, in a bad way. And it's the definition of just bad NES era just bullshit. So, no thanks. No thanks. Neo. Okay, this one technically I think I said I played this before, but that was kind of a lie. I only played the first 10 minutes of this, so but I do want to play it. It's another Soulsborne game, so
Then probably not my vibe.
yeah. IL2 Sturmovik. Flight sim game. Kind of surprised Microsoft Flight Sim's on here as a result. So
What was that?
it's a World War II flight sim series.
Like the like the shit they make you play, like the Air Museum.
I don't know if it's that, but I mean, it's pretty mid. So it's a bit janky at times. So if you like jank, you like this game.
Jank. You make it sound the way you say jank makes it sound like it's like a fake drug from like an 80s cartoon.
Jank?
Yeah, jank. He's high on jank.
Don't play Darkest Dungeon.
Well, businessman is using this place to develop more jank. I guess like how in GTA 3 isn't the fake drug called spank? Or something like that. Maybe that's where I'm getting that from.
Well, that sounds like a you thing. Anyway.
Oh, I didn't mean it like that. I know Rockstar meant it like that because they're Rockstar.
All right, let's move on. Gears of War. Again, I have not played like fully played through a game, so
Really great things though. One of the biggest FPS shooters. No, third person.
yeah, it's a
Sorry,
third-person shooter. It's made by Epic,
Made by Epic.
so you know what that means. They abandoned it.
Yeah, you're probably not gonna have like a
Although
anytime
Microsoft owns the rights to Gears of War now, so
a fucking world we live in where like Microsoft treats games better than like most companies. Maybe not most. but,
well,
like,
I wouldn't agree with that because, like I've said, Halo Infinite is still fucking shallow, and
they allow you to have access to games though.
well, they also stopped like the whole backwards compatibility thing a couple years ago.
Oh
Or they stopped support, like they stopped adding new games. Like obviously, the Xbox Series consoles are hard coded with like backwards compatibility, but software is like they're not working on like adding more games anymore, which is pretty sad.
yeah, dumb.
So, you know what else is pretty dumb?
What else is pretty dumb?
Dino Crisis.
I know, Christ. That's an arcade game.
No,
Isn't
it's
that, like, it's a-
no, it's not. No, it's not. You're thinking of Time Crisis.
Oh, that's probably what I was thinking of also last.
This
About like time.
this-
We were talking about time.
is Resident Evil, but with dinosaurs.
That sounds fucking awesome.
Yeah, so basically Jurassic Park over here.
Love dinosaurs.
Though I heard like I had to put this in below average, just based off of principle alone.
This just because you don't like the concept.
Well, it's a dumb concept. Also, I heard that that 2 and 3 are terrible games, and that like the first game is the only one that's like a cult classic. So, damn.
Yeah. I guess the dinosaurs aren't winning this time.
All right, you know who might be though?
Who is the winner?
The Crafting of the Stars.
Oh, I don't know much about StarCraft though.
I mean, I will say this: at least Blizzard hasn't fucked it up yet.
They will.
I know, and that's the scary part. So because of that, I'm only going to put this in the above average. The highest tier of Blizzard franchise I'm putting.
Guys will get.
So,
Is that the last Blizzard game here?
yeah, it is.
That's the highest tier any Blizzard franchise will get.
Exactly. Alright, oh god, I'm gonna get this one out of the way. Horizon fucking is, like, not very good.
We mentioned it a little bit when we talked about Last of Us.
Yeah,
Just-
no, I did not vibe with it whenever I played that, like, a couple years ago. And the fact that the game forces you to fucking, like, craft a fucking, fast travel bag is fucking stupid. And, like, the cutscene, like, the dialogue cutscenes are terrible. And Aloy is one of the weakest examples of a female protagonist. Not, like, obviously, like, you know, it's good to have female protagonists, but unfortunately, she's ammunition for the types of people who don't like female protagonists. You know the fucking types. I'm not gonna fucking name them, but, like, you know the fucking idiots.
I'm about to name one.
But, like, yeah, no, like, and in terms of just RPG games, there's better RPGs. Just go fucking play, like, yeah, just go fucking play, like Oblivion or Skyrim at that point. Like, I will say this, the world is at least kind of interesting, because, you know, it's, like, biologically engineered, or not biologically, but basically, like, a lot of the animals are, like, you know, robotics. Like, it's not like, you know, they're like most animals that we know of are just like dead, and so they were like like it's like robotics that took over. That's kind of cool, but god, the fucking characters and story is so uninteresting. Like, it's actually fucking it hurt my brain.
It's like actually boring.
Yeah, it's boring. And guess what? The gameplay is boring. Which sucks, because it's like, you're hunting animal robots. Like,
Name They made that boring.
Yeah, they made it fucking boring. I don't know why people praise this game. Nor do I understand why that game's getting a remake when it's only 6 years old.
You're not even waiting half a decade anymore. I mean, technically you are, but like
It's like, dude, Sony,
a decade.
fix your fucking priorities.
Sony, at least wait a fucking decade before you remake shit that just basically came out yesterday.
Like,
Are we
Jesus
that
Christ.
scared of starting like new things that anymore? Like, are we that fucking scared now?
Well, apparently Sony is, and that makes me upset.
Well, they ain't gonna fucking last long if they keep it up.
Alright. Speaking of not lasting long in-game,
In game.
Dead Rising.
Ooh. Alright. 1 and 2, really good games. 1 is extremely difficult, mostly due to the AI, but still a pretty solid game. 2 improved upon a lot of those, but it doesn't have like the same charm as 1 does, in my opinion. But that's just like me. That's just like me. I'm not looking at that objectively. 3 is extremely mid. It can be a really weird game sometimes, if you know what I mean. But like 3 is just completely mid, like it's okay. Don't touch 4. Don't even acknowledge its fucking existence. So we have like 2 good games, a mid game, and a game that is completely awful. And I guess if you want to count off the record, which is like the what if scenario of the second game where Frank's the protagonist again as opposed to Chuck. I mean, that one's still pretty solid as well. That one's like alright. So if you want, but I guess we won't count spin-offs, we'll just count like the main line stuff. So we got like a too good, a meh, and a really awful. How would that compute?
I mean, you are forgetting one important factor.
What?
I don't like zombie games.
You don't, but
This is my list, though.
why? Look.
Don't worry, I didn't put it in bad, I just put it in below average.
Aww.
I'm sorry, I don't like zombie games.
Wah.
You can like Dead Rising 1 and 2, I'm not gonna... I just don't like zombie games. I'm sick and tired of them.
I mean, I am too, but I'm not gonna like completely abandon the genre.
I am.
But I guess, yeah, I guess you will.
I mean, look on the bright side. I'll put Save Decay in mid. Is that okay?
That's not that very much brighter, but at the same, but I acknowledge it's not. I wouldn't argue if someone said like they didn't vibe with it. I'll acknowledge that this is like a niche thing that I like. I still wouldn't call it flawed, but I can understand that it's not at like it's not at like if it's not at some people's standards.
I don't know
It's
what
like
this
just one of those,
versus is, so...
it's just one of those things that I have like a personal affection for. So I understand that like I'm not expecting everyone to be like calling it the best game in the world because it isn't.
Well, I hope that you don't have a personal attachment for this next game. Or this franchise.
But I get the feeling I will.
Sonic.
Sonic, you can move and groove. I like Sonic's aesthetic and like its characters, but I've admittedly never played any of the Sonic games. It's just something I want to do. So
I have the unfortunate truth to say that I played Sonic 1.
Didn't you play 06?
Yes. I also played Sonic Boom.
Oh.
Although to be fair, that wasn't my fault. That wasn't my fault. I was forced into it against my volition.
How did that happen?
You don't want to know. Don't want to know. Also, I'm sorry, but I just don't care. As a matter of fact, like considering that there's like so many fucking bad Sonic games, I have to put this in the bad.
Oh,
It's a bad franchise.
bad friend.
Bad characters, bad stories,
Why?
bad gameplay. And like it's 70 to 80% of the games being terrible.
Oh, you're breaking my fucking heart here.
I don't like Sonic. Like I don't like I'd ask you about I already asked fucking Icarus about like what the appeal is, but I don't click with it. I don't click with Sonic. He's just an annoying brat. He's stuck in 1991.
That's a part of the charm.
Okay, but not everything in the 90s was good. I think we can all agree on that one, right?
Yeah. There was, like Yo Yogi Bear and all that shit. It wasn't that 1989?
No, 1991.
Oh, okay.
God,
Oh yeah, it was that point. It was like
whatever.
It was like
We're getting sidetracked.
Here we
Like,
are. I'll just say like there was a media in the 90s that kind of wished the 80s didn't end, if you know what I mean.
yeah, and it's fucking terrible. Anyways, Bomberman.
Bomberman.
It's
Remember when they made their dark and edgy remake?
yeah. Yes.
During that era of the 2000s?
Yeah, 2005 to 2010 where everything had to be edgy. And I mean everything.
Even the fucking Looney Tunes.
I swear to God. Okay, a part of me does miss that era, at least for that. Granted, I'm biased because I like sad media, but like,
Yeah, you're like sad. That's not sad media though. That's just like corporatized darkness.
I mean, valid. Okay. I gotta keep awake for this. Okay, Ace Combat. I only played Ace Combat 4. Actually, no. I played the first Ace Combat. It was called Air Combat. And it's surprisingly controlled well. And I actually heard pretty much good things across the board throughout the series. So you know what? I'm putting this in the great.
Great.
I actually enjoyed it. So hopefully this gets me into more flight sims. Alright, let's get the Paradox strategy games out of the way. Although, admittedly, I think all of them are just gonna... Yeah, I think I'm gonna put all of them in, like, mid. They're a very niche thing, and, like... unless if it's, like, Stellaris or something, like, if you do one tiny thing that, like, you get messed up with, you can't recover. Which is frustrating. But I do like the amount of content that you get with Europe Universalis 4 and Hearts of Iron 4. Like, the amount of stuff that you can do in those games is actually pretty astounding. Granted, it is on like a 2D plane, but I like the options that you can have. And yeah, I have a love-hate relationship with Hearts of Iron 4. I know, like I'm basically a masochist with that game, but it can be fun. It just sucks that late game can be bullshit. So, even on fucking civilian mode. I don't know how that's possible, but it is. Alright, the oldest franchise on this entire list.
Ooh.
Space Invaders.
Space Invader. I fucking love... Wait. Oh no, that's Galaga.
It's fucking Space Invaders.
It's alright. Galaga's better though.
True. Galaxanian is even better than that. Oh
When
wait,
I
no,
was
no,
like-
Galaga. Yeah, Galaga's that one's the right one. Galaxanian is the game before it.
Yeah, when I was like still in college, like that they had like an arcade cabinet with Galaga on it, and I played that nearly every day. I love Galaga.
Or Galaxian, excuse me. That's what it was. All right. Rayman.
Creamy.
And I only played the first Rayman.
And I've only played none of them.
So, okay, yeah, this one's not fair. I have to put this in the never played.
Only one game.
And like the first 2 levels of it too. So like not even like it's not fair. What is a fair assessment for me though is Insurgency. I'll put this in the above average. Like it's another tactical shooter, and like you can die like very easily, but unlike CS:GO or Rainbow Six, you can actually respawn very fast too.
Ooh.
So like the pacing is like it's kept up to like it's kept up in check.
I like that.
And honestly, playing co-op in at least the first Insurgency is actually really fun. Like, and hell, dare I say this, Day of Infamy, the spin-off of this game, loosely inspired by Day of Defeat, is also really underrated too. And hell, even Insurgency Sandstorm can be fun. Although I haven't played that game in a while, and I know they had a ton of updates since then. But last time I played it, I thought it was fun. So, go check it out. If you're sick and tired of like Call of Duty or Battlefield, check out Insurgency. So, recommend it.
What's next?
Huh?
What's next?
Oh God.
What?
A man who is a big mega force.
Mega Man?
Yes.
I never played any, so I can't say, but I don't particularly care for it.
I mean, there's so like a lot of the games are pretty like samey, like especially like the NES games. And it's not that they're bad, and they have fucking amazing soundtracks. Like that is one thing I will give Mega Man 2. Mega Man 2 has a fucking amazing soundtrack. Same thing with Mega Man X. But there's just a lot. Like, it's another example of a series where just a lot of the games are very samey. Like,
that seems to be a big theme we're coming across with a lot of like the older, especially Nintendo. I know this is Capcom, not Nintendo.
Yeah, this is Capcom's biggest thing.
Yeah, that's like their Mario, I guess. You could like make that comparison.
Yeah. So
like games of that era are of that vibe.
Well, I guess the common pattern here is just a lot of games. Like a lot of these franchises have very samey gameplay. Like
once they pick up on something that works, they'll stick. They'll stick.
I get the mentality where it's like it's why fix what isn't broken. That's fine, but like only to a certain extent. And that's what I'm trying to say is that like you can definitely have a working formula, and it's fine to keep steady, but if you keep it too steady, then it starts to become stale.
Yeah, you need to not be afraid to innovate, basically.
Yeah, don't be afraid to change shit. So it could work out, it could not, but at least I respect it when a game series like at least changes things up. Even if it's terrible. I make fun of Call of Duty Advanced Warfare all the fucking time, and like it's one of my least favorite games in that series. At least it tried something different, though.
Yeah, didn't
Like,
do it well, but you tried. I'll give you a little sticker for that.
so like, and I respect that at least a little bit more than what Pokemon's been doing for the past 25 years. But I digress. Anyways,
30.
well, okay, Dragon Age. This one's also kind of, it's not fair. I have to say I never played them. I did technically play a little bit of the first 2 games, but barely anything. So, but I am interested in them. So, oh yeah, I already put Mass Effect up there. Soul Calibur, the only fighting series that I actually enjoy.
Ooh,
So, great.
good for you, Soul Calibur.
Yeah, like, and the only bad game is probably the game that spawned the series, like Soul Edge, as it was called.
So it's like a Hitman situation.
Yeah, where the first game is the worst. Even though like there would be a game that would be called Soul Calibur that came after that, which is actually pretty fine. And then 2 and 3 are fucking awesome. With 4, yes, 4 got memed because of the Star Wars characters, but it's still fun. And yeah, 5 is great. I haven't played 6. I heard 6 is really good though. So yeah, this is my fighting game series. So yeah. All right, Chivalry. Mid. If you want like a medieval style of game, I guess there's that. There's also Mountain Blade, but again, like these are very, very janky, both of these games. So
Not chivalrous at all.
I mean, if I had to choose between the two, I guess Chivalry is probably the best bet because Mountain Blade is older, so it's a bit rough around the edges. Also, it's like an RPG series. But yeah, no, like they're very, 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 very niche though. Like if you want specifically medieval style of combat as your PvP, there you go. You're never getting that out of an Elder Scrolls game. Unless if it's fucking online, but even then, like, not many people do PvP in that game, so whatever. Alright. Dynasty Warriors.
Dynasty War.
A series that went from being, funny enough, a terrible fucking fighting game to being like some epic like army commanding game.
Hi.
I don't know how that transition worked, but holy shit, like that's insane. So I will have to give it the above average though, cuz like I will admit a lot of the PS2 games are a bit samey, but the PS2 games are still really good. And I'd say Dynasty Warriors 7 was probably the best game. It just sucks that they took a nosedive with 9, and 8 was a bit underwhelming for people. So it's a deeply flawed series, but I can see the appeal. Just mow down people as like, you know, ancient Chinese like
Ooh.
warriors, like because it's based off of like the Three Kingdoms period in China, just exaggerated. So it's cool. It's a cool series. What isn't so cool is SOCOM, where the controls for the first 2 games are ass, and the 4th game is actual ass, so below average.
Yes.
Knights of the Old Republic. Again,
Ooh.
kind of cheating. I only played like the first half an hour of the game, and then I hadn't touched it, so I'll check it out at some point. Does look cool though. Red Faction.
More like Dead Faction.
I mean, dead faction. Oh, yeah, because the series died.
Series is dead.
Although, to be fair, the first game and Gorilla do have their place. Just sucks that, I heard terrible things about Andromeda and 2. So it's the definition of a mid-series from what I've heard. Too good, too bad. The Forest, which is now a series.
Yeah, we live in that timeline. Heard great things from both of them. From like both the Forest and Sons of the Forest.
Again, this is another one that I barely played, so I'll have to put it's in my list. But from what I did gather, it is kind of cool.
And there's lore to it too.
Yeah, there's
like,
more
so-
to it than expected.
Yeah, like I've heard from some friends of ours like talking
Ultima,
about it.
haven't played those games, but I might check them out. Double Dragon,
Double
mid,
Dragon.
not my thing.
Well, that's like arcade. That's now that is an arcade.
Yeah, that's an arcade game. So that's
They made
fun.
a Double Dragon movie.
And it was terrible.
It's terrible. There's like the scene everybody likes to make fun of where someone throws a guy at a actual arcade machine of Double Dragon.
Damn. Alright. Okay. Monster Hunter and Chrono are 2 RPG games that I do own, but I haven't played them. So they're on my bucket list. Though I feel like I would be more interested in Monster Hunter than Horizon, because at least like the story seems more interesting. And it also has like a lot, like the first Monster Hunter at least has like a lot of cool like Aztec and like Mayan like influence in like the cultural designs, which is pretty cool. So I'll have to check that out. Driver. Did I play the first Driver game? Oh yeah, no, I didn't. Okay, I got it confused with. Fucking, why did I confuse it? Need for Speed? Yeah, no.
Yeah, why would you do that?
I'm sorry. Okay, Tales of. I know that's Tales of Mana, but yeah. Alright.
Tails.
Psychonauts.
Ooh.
Okay. I know my experiences with Psychonauts, like this past January, weren't that great. But I am willing to give this series a second chance. So I'll put it in mid for now. But I'll try it again. Alright, Jack and Daxter. Surprisingly, I did not grow up with this. Yeah, I know, the PlayStation 2 kid did not grow with one of the biggest PlayStation 2 game series. I know. I did play Precursor Legacy though, and Precursor Legacy was fine, so I'll put it in the above average. So, and from what I heard, 2 was really good. Well, okay, depends on who you ask. If you ask my friend Simori, he hates 2, but whatever. So, I'll just have to figure that out. I'll have to hear his words of wisdom. And then last but not least, we've got Stalker. And we're ending it on a positive because this is actually kind of great.
Ooh.
So, I will admit, at first I didn't think I would like this game because it basically kind of felt like Ukrainian Fallout. But, unlike Fallout, I actually like the theming of this game. And
this is something I also have do want to check out sometime in the future.
yeah, so this takes place in the Chernobyl, like in the Chernobyl exclusion zone, and like in an alternate timeline where like another Chernobyl basically happens, and there's like a lot of
True.
weird anomalies that happen. It's kind of like a mix between like Fallout and like SCP, and I think like that sort of mix is what
Yeah,
makes me really attracted to this.
That's a really good combination.
Yeah, like it, and honestly, I think that I mean, obviously, I put it much higher than Fallout, but like I actually like the gameplay of this because like it's the gameplay itself, like it's not like an open world. But it's like Assassin's Creed or Sly Cooper, where it's like a bunch of quasi open world spots, but they're like huge like open areas. So like you can interact with NPCs, you can do a bunch of quests, um, you can like sell a bunch of your stuff and like buy stuff. You've got like a weight carrying limit, but unlike something like Fallout or like Elder Scrolls, something like that, like it's not really a hindrance. Like the game itself was designed for like making it a solid gameplay experience first, and then like figuring everything out. Hell, there's like multiple endings in the game where you can like somehow join like the main enemy faction if you wanted to. Like it basically did Fallout 3 before Fallout 3.
Dang.
And I think it's way better than that. I think it's way better than Fallout 3 ever was. So,
Ooh, contrarian opinion.
yeah, and of course, this did spawn the Metro series, so at the end of the day, it's a good thing that it exists.
It's got that going for it too. It established like a legacy.
But yeah, God, this I knew this stream would take a freaking long time. I just didn't know if I would be on this one for a long time.
Seen my night going this way.
I'm sorry I dragged you in.
I put into like a tier list. It's fine. It's fine. Just funny. I did not expect to like do a tier list tonight.
Yeah, that tends to happen sometimes.
But at least now I'm on Twitch. Now I can explore this new platform. Look, see all the funny creators.
And you know what? That leads me into
Speaking of Twitch creators,
yeah, go check out Goldie's Instagram.
that's not a Twitch.
Yeah, let me see if I can find the.
Go on my Instagram and post photos of the sunset, my ass. It's really nice.
Don't do that.
The sunset on my ass. No, I don't do that. I draw pictures. I draw like funny little pictures and I post them online. That's what I do.
Yeah, you're developing your own like series.
Trying to. Not really doing a good job at it.
It's fine. We all start somewhere. But yeah, no, like I guess this is what and this stream ended up with. I thought I would do way more, but whatever. Maybe I'll do a part 2 of this, and no, you don't have to join me if you don't want to. So,
I'll think about it.
I just don't want to feel like I'm dragging you in something you don't want to do.
I'll think about it because like I like doing the tier list, but also they can be they take up like an entire night.
Yeah, I know. I'm sorry.
That's all right. That's all right.
But yeah, no, like we'll explore more like gaming tier lists, because again, I just kind of wanted to just see what like other people have like other lists they've made, because like typically I make the lists for like the series. This time I'm doing the opposite, where I seek out lists.
You can look at lists and like trash people's opinions and say that they're wrong.
Okay, I'm not that far up my own, you know where.
Bad.
But yeah, no, feel free to check out Goldie's stuff. Definitely appreciate that you like added colorful commentary to this.
Yeah, I tried.
So And I guess while you guys are at it, make sure to hit that follow button down below and turn on the bell icon so that you'll be notified exactly when I'll be streaming. While you guys are at it, make sure to check out the links down below, specifically the Discord, the SoundCloud, the Twitter, and the Humble Bundle affiliation link. So if you want to support me, feel free to do that. If you guys also can, you can hit that subscribe button. If you can't do that, that's completely fine. I'm just glad that you guys took time to watch this. Again, I might do a part 2 of this later this week. It just really depends on what happens. Again, I know that, like I mentioned, that there was going to be the other series that I was going to do. Just kind of like as, you know, an apology for the fact that yesterday's, or not yet, well, like a few days ago now, that like time splitters was really short. I'll make that up for doing the next voted game in what you guys voted. So that's fair for everyone else. So if you want to stay tuned, feel free to do so. But until then, I'll see you guys later. And yeah, that's about it. I'll see you guys in the next one. Bye.
Bye, everyone.